I'd like to call to order the worst session, April 19, 2021. We are all present, but I want noted that Councilman Loretano is calling in. Are you there, Councilman Loretano? Hello?
I am, Mayor. Thank you. I'll keep it on mute.
All right.
Hello?
You know my reputation on this. I'm always forgetting you're on the phone, so I'm going to tell my council, everybody, to remind me when I don't say anything. So we'll take good care of you, okay? All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Our city clerk will now give some information about participation in tonight's meeting.
While the Goodyear City Council meetings are open to the public, the occupancy remains reduced to implement social distancing. Seating is generally available on a first-come basis. Masks are required in the building until 5 p.m. and they are optional after 5 p.m. While work sessions do not have a public comment component, our residents still have several ways to address the council and may view meetings using Facebook or the live session link on the meeting video page on the city clerk's office website. Meetings are also available on YouTube both live and after the meeting. The public may always contact the mayor and council at any time by sending an email to gycouncil@goodyearaz.gov.
Thank you very much. All right, let's go to the agenda. All the items listed are for discussion, and remember, we have one item on the agenda tonight, only one. I'd like to remind council that staff will be pausing intermittently to answer questions. And I think that, Julie, are you going to begin this for us, our city manager? I was going to say your last name, Heim. Did I get it right? Heim? I was going to actually say it tonight.
We can go with Karen's is the
all right,
name.
Karen. Okay, so you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We're pleased to be here tonight presenting the fiscal year 2022 recommended budget. This is an exciting time in our city's growth and growth that was not slowed during the pandemic. And this recommended budget supports such growth within the conservative fiscal policies adopted by Council. This budget recommends a considerable number of supplementals, including new staffing associated with a new fire station, our civic square, establishment of police beats, maintaining development process timelines, addressing internal security and infrastructure issues, and growing the capabilities of the organization to meet the increasing demands put upon us. Tonight, this is designed to be a collaborative process, and we're very much looking forward to the conversation. This is the first of 2 work sessions that are scheduled, although certainly more can be added as desired. I anticipate that Doug and I can answer most questions. However, the entire leadership team is here to ensure that you have the information you need for this important discussion, as adoption of the budget is arguably the most important policy decision that you, as elected officials, make for our community. I look forward to the discussion and will now turn it over to Doug to get us started.
Thank you. Welcome, Doug.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. We are here tonight to go over the fiscal year 22 recommended budget, which is recommended at $385.7 million. A lengthy presentation is ahead of you, but with that click, we are now 1% through the presentation. Just give you an overview of what we're going to be going through tonight is we're going to start with the economy, kind of go through the state of the economy, what the city's been experiencing with COVID having been going on, what we're projecting into the next fiscal years. We're going to walk through our financial policies since that's the basis of the entire recommended budget. We'll then go through an overview of the entire budget. We'll talk about where the money comes from, where the money goes. We'll go into some of the personnel detail, the capital detail, and then a summary of all the supplementals that have been requested. We can then go through an overview of the entire CIP, and then after that we've got all the departmental budgets that we can then walk through in detail for any supplementals that you have questions on for department by department. Overall, when we look at the economy, before we start with that, overall assumptions. What you are going to see tonight and hear is a consistent approach that we have a very conservative approach to budgeting. It's a pretty aggressive budget that's been presented before you, but the underlying theme to that is we have a very conservative approach when it comes to how we budget on the expenditure side and how we budget on the revenue side. When we look ahead for our 5-year period, we do not see any recession in the next 5 years. We do predict, however, growth will slow. It's still going to stay really quick and really fast and continue, but it will be slower than what we have experienced last year and the current year. The pandemic we will be fully recovered from the pandemic by the end of fiscal year 2022. So we see very little impact on that into the future. Overall, there's going to be a regional slowing in construction. Residential permits are going to stay high, and our revenues and expenses both increase with the population that we're going to see and with growth, but they do not always occur at the same time, and they do not always happen proportionally. Sometimes we get the revenue first, sometimes we get the expense first. Population, the population for the city, and throughout the projections we do not have any population increase assumptions. There is a 2020 census conducted, so we did not receive that information yet, so we'll talk about that as we go through. So very, again, population, economic development are the two things that really drive our approach to budgeting. When we look at single-family permits, you can see the huge increase that we've experienced over the last several years, getting to the high that we are right now, just under, 1,700 permits. Year to date, we are ahead of anything that we've seen before. We're setting records year to date. We are 42% of where we were last year at this time when it comes to single-family permits. When we look forward to the next 5 years using information from the University of Arizona, we are projecting actually a decrease in permits next calendar year of 4.8%, followed by slight decreases each year thereafter, kind of steadying out over that next 5 years. But again, we are experiencing tremendous growth, and we see that continuing for the next few years, but at a sustained level as opposed to a growth level. These forecast numbers are based on the Metro Phoenix area, and we have exceeded everything in the Metro Phoenix area all of these years. When we look at residential growth, our population for the next fiscal year is just under 93,000, so 92,865. As I mentioned, we are awaiting census information that supposedly is going to be released in September. At that point, we may have some changes to some of the revenues that we'll be going through later on, but we are growing. What we have seen over the last 5 years is an average growth rate of 3.5%. This right here is just under 5% from last fiscal year when we went through this budget. So we are growing pretty fast, and we do see that that will continue. And we are growing differently. What the map shows here is where our single-family permits and all of our permit activity is taking place. So you can see it is scattered through the central part of Goodyear as well as down south in Estrella Mountain Ranch. And we are growing differently that we are now seeing multifamily coming in here. We have 11 new complexes either planned or under construction with 2,600 units. And when you provide services to 2,600 multifamily units, is different than when you provide them to 2,600 single-family homes. So it changes our approach to how we do things, and you'll see that reflected in some of the requests for some of the recommended supplementals. We looked at the permits on the single-family on the residential side. When we go to the commercial and industrial side, this is our commercial permits in thousands of dollars, so that one for 2020 at $700,000, that is $700 million of valuation that was permitted in 2020. We're substantially lower than that. 2020 we had a couple data centers that really skewed this graph for us. But what you do see for 2021 is we are ahead of where we were at this time in 2019. We are actually just 25 million short of the entire 2019 fiscal year. So we do anticipate that we will exceed 2019 for commercial valuation, and we will end up at about that 300 million mark. So we're not only growing on the single family side, we are continuing to grow really quickly on the commercial side, even though the chart itself looks like we're down tremendously from the prior year. And as we go through our revenue projections, you will see how, when we talk about where the money comes from, how we utilize all the direct revenue that comes from the different growth areas that we are running into. That kind of sets the overall economy of where we are at for what came into our recommended budget and what came into our revenue projections and our service projections. What I want to go through now is our financial policies. The financial policies were readopted by Council in February along with the 5-year forecast, and they serve as the basis for the recommended budget. So we wanted to just revisit some of our financial policies to reiterate kind of what that foundation of the overall budget is. What I consider the number one budget policy is ongoing expenses paid for with ongoing revenue. That is the thing that makes sure that you are sustainable into the long term, and this budget is sustainable in that sense. We have ongoing revenues exceeding ongoing expenses, and we'll walk through that analysis briefly. We have recognized $5.6 million of construction sales tax as ongoing per policy. Restricted funds are used first. So whenever we do have restricted funds available, we use those before we use unrestricted general fund dollars. 15% contingencies are set aside in our operating funds, and that's the general fund, the water, wastewater, and sanitation. What that means is right off the top, we take $27.6 million, which is 15% of the operating revenue, and we set that aside and don't even consider it in our calculations. That really gives us the adaptability and the flexibility in case things were to turn on us. Year 2 of 5 of the enterprise fund rate studies are included. Our enterprise funds as presented are self-sufficient, including all the CIP items that are in those as well, and we'll go through those. Property tax rate is maintained at below $1.74. The property tax levy, which is the amount of money that we collect, is maximized per policy. General fund debt service is below our 10% level, including the ballpark debt. As we move along in the ballpark, we get less and less debt. The refunding we actually just did in 2 years will save us $360,000 per year on an operational basis in the general fund. So that'll be extremely good and keep us below that 10%. We've got a diversified and stable revenue system maintained. We do not have any proposed changes to our tax structure, and the budget as recommended does not assume any fee increases. We do have ongoing user fee studies with general user fees, building, and engineering fees that will be coming before council, but we do not assume that there are any kind of increases built into those, including the annual building valuation updates. Development impact fees will be updated based on capital project cost. When the infrastructure improvement plan was adopted, there was an assumption of how much projects were going to cost. Now that we've actually went through it, the projects are costing more, and so we are going to assume that we are going to come in and adjust the IIP to reflect what those increased capital costs are to make sure growth continues to pay for growth. And our 5-year general fund forecast we'll go through in a second, and we have a fully funded 5-year CIP. In looking at our recommended budget, the chart on the slide in front of you is the exact same chart that was presented back in February when we did our initial revenue projections. What I have added on to that is comparing the recommended budget with what was presented back in February. And you can see we do have increased revenues over and above what we had thought in our initial estimate. On a overall basis in the change column, about $1.7 million more in revenue than what we thought we were going to have back on February 1st. We have a line-by-line change on what those differences are that we could go into if anybody has any questions on it. But overall, the net result of that is $1.7 million more in ongoing resources. When we look at the uses side, when we started the budget process, we had an estimate of $123 million of uses that were planned with the base budget in known debt service and known capital projects that were in the CIP. At the end, when we take our total resources minus our total uses, we had about $9 million remaining for use in the budget process. At the time in February, we had said we knew that we had ongoing capital operating costs with projects coming on board, Fire Station 188, Civic Square, the rec campus of about 4.6 that we would take off the top, leaving us about $4.3 million available for supplementals. Moving forward to the recommended budget, what we actually ended up with was about $10.7 million because of that additional revenue that was identified throughout the process. With this recommended budget, we add $8.7 million of supplementals. Taking our ongoing revenue minus our ongoing expenses, we have $1.2 million of revenue, of ongoing revenue remaining that is unallocated. So on an ongoing basis, our revenues exceed our expenditures.
I've got a question there.
Yes.
Bill?
So I want to make sure that I have tracked this correctly as you were weaving through that. The initial estimate after we did base budget, assuming how much of an increase in the base budget? I thought.
That was a 3.5% assumption in the base budget.
Okay. That we had $9 million left over. Capital operating costs, which were those rec center, fire station,
Civic Square,
at 4.65,
correct.
left us 4.37.
Correct.
That was the initial estimate.
Correct.
I'm tracking. Coming to this point, there was additional revenues basically of 1.16.
Additional revenues of 1.7. If you go up to the top portion of the slide, about halfway through where it says total resources,
Yep.
the 1.7 is how much additional resources we thought that we ended up having.
Oh, there it is on this. Okay, on the side, 1.72. Okay,
You all right?
I'm tracking it now. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Moving on to the same analysis on the one-time side. This one's a little stranger to follow on the total resources side. At the end of the day, there's a net decrease in resources of $3.2 million, but you can see there are two very significant changes on the resource side. We'll get into a lot of that as we go through the presentation. The first is the beginning balance is significantly less because of the assumption that we will make a payment to PSPRS for our unfunded debt liability, and we'll talk about that later on this evening. The second is the development related, or the others, which is a funding for one of the projects in the budget, the Camelback Corridor, where we assume our partners in that with the portions of Camelback outside of the city will come to the table with funding. So this recognizes their funding as a portion of that. Otherwise, there's outside of those two, there is very minimal changes overall to the one-time availability of funds. What we do have on here is reestablishing the operating set-aside for future capital cost of $1.3 million. In the initial estimate, we were not going to be setting aside anything for the operating set-aside for the current fiscal year because of the fact of so many capital projects coming online this fiscal year. On the uses side, we end up with, let me back up for a second. When we go to the recommended, if you go all the way down to the bottom on the green lines there, we have total available for one time. We had $43.7 million initially. We are down at $40.5 million for the recommended budget because of some of those changes. What we have allocated is $38.3 million of one-time costs within this budget. What that does is it leaves just under $2.3 million unallocated that would be available for allocation to CIP reserves or contingencies for the following fiscal year. So again, on the one-time side, not spending 100% of the funds that we do have available to us. And then one more chart that really lends itself to PowerPoint, but I just feel the need to put these up here, is we do then take, at what we did before was walk through the 5-year forecast back in February. What I did was just change what we said we were going to be doing in February on the ongoing side, and I put in what the recommended budget is, using the exact same assumptions that we used in February, where we showed that on a 5-year basis, it was a sustainable budget, what we had seen then. This uses the recommended budget. And what you can see going through that is with the exact same assumptions, which are relatively conservative assumptions when it comes to revenue growth and pretty realistic assumptions when it comes to expenditure growth, we have a positive balance on the ongoing side year after year for the next 5 years. It gets pretty close in a couple of those years, down to a 300,000 on next fiscal year when we have some large capital operating, the remainder of Fire Station 188, the full cost associated with the Civic Square. We have a lot of those kind of things coming on board. After that, it stays, and you can see it actually starts to grow after that 5-year period. So again, it's a sustainable budget over the 5-year cycle with these forecasted parameters in here. The one caveat I wanted to put in there was under the state shared revenues, just as we were going through this calculation, the state is currently looking at a flat income tax. If they were to impose a flat income tax, it would impact us beginning in fiscal year 2025 because it's a 2-year delay. So just with the assumption of a $3 million loss overall to the city of Goodyear, what we would end up seeing is a deficit ongoing balance in fiscal year 25 of about 1.8 million, shrinking to about a 500,000 deficit balance the following year, and then back to positive again afterwards under this forecasted scenario. So at the end of the day, with our 5-year forecast and this recommended budget, ongoing resources continue to cover ongoing expenses. With that, I'll stop with any questions.
Joe?
It's my understanding on that income tax, again, they're looking to try to hold the cities harmless. At least that's what I was told in a presentation Saturday when they cut this through. So there's a possibility that whatever they do, we may not have that 3 million negative, but if we do, for some reason they can't come to that compromise, which I'm hoping they are, because that's apparently the focus they're working on right now. There's enough within those prior to balance that out or to make sure that we can absorb that 3 million?
Correct. Yeah. The first two, we'd be about $1 million short in the first 2 years. By the time we got to that 3rd year, fiscal year 25, where we would actually see the impact, we'd probably have about a $500,000 to $1 million deficit that we would have to address 3 years from now. The one good thing about the fact that it is income tax they're looking at is there is a 2-year delay, so we would have warning on what that would do.
Bill?
Doug, all these numbers, I'm going to say, however, take into account 0 population growth.
Correct.
And also does not include the census numbers for this year.
Correct.
So while I don't want to overstate or understate the impact of that 3.5, we're still not really even looking at I'm going to say the actual numbers because we have no idea where we're at population-wise.
Correct. We take on the revenue side, we're very conservative when we do those projections to make sure that we are covering ourselves. So unless something really changes, these revenue numbers will be lower than what we actually experience.
Yeah, so the actuals are going to come in much higher.
Correct.
And I think that for the purposes of this discussion and going to the discussion later tonight, we've got to keep that in mind that there's a cushion in there that is kind of with a question mark. Is that just a simple way to state that?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Molly?
And Doug, this doesn't take into consideration the American Rescue Plan since we don't know how we're going to be able to spend it.
Correct. This right here is for the general fund only, and it does not account for the American Rescue Plan at all. We've got that set aside completely separately.
Right, and I understand we're supposed to know by the middle of May after the Treasury Department makes their ruling on how it can be spent. And we may have some leeway there.
Correct.
Okay.
It's not all bad news.
No, it's not. Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right, so with that, we'll move into the actual recommended budget overview. And again, the guiding principles and framework that we followed as this budget was put together are laid out before you. Really, the four main areas that we always look at is growth, public safety, sustainability from a financial standpoint, and to make sure that we as a city are a competitive employer, both internally and externally. And you'll see those things reflected on here. One of the things on this growth, the league sent something out today regarding the potential on the income tax change. And one of the statements they had in there was a growth in population, a growth in revenue. Along with that comes a growth in responsibility. So as the city gets bigger, more responsibilities come along with it. And I thought that really sums up what we're trying to get to and what we're trying to do within the budget that's presented before you.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Bill?
So we use the term aggressive budgeting for this particular year. And I read it today. I didn't flag it, and now I can't find it. We had there was a chart provided in here that talked about our growth pattern. And I think it was employee count that we used to show and I think it was 5 years into the past. Does that sound familiar with something that might be?
And we do have in the presentation come up, we'll have our employees per 1,000 with what we have added over the last 5 years.
Maybe that's where I saw it
Okay.
toward the end. We can talk specifically then, but the question that I wrote down on this particular thing is, we've never been this aggressive historically. Is that?
That is correct.
Okay. So when we talk about these guiding principles, we're, what's the term, leaning forward?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, and I think you see that on the expenditure side, and we also see that on the revenue side. That the revenue growth that we're seeing and projecting to go forward, we have not seen before either.
Okay.
This next section, what we'll do is go through where the money comes from. A very significant piece of how you spend your money is knowing where your money comes from. Mm-hmm. When we look at our total budget, our total resources are $470.6 million, split into 4 general areas. Fund balance, which is our savings at 32%. Debt, which is we are going to be issuing general obligation debt this next fiscal year, and that is the debt at about $26 million. Other is the budget authority account. It's $15 million, as you all know, in the state of Arizona. If you don't have budget for it, you can't spend it. So that is an equal revenue and expenditure that offsets each other, and it's only used when we know we actually have new revenue to use against it. The last category is operating revenue, which is 59%. Operating revenue is what I refer to as our annual income. That is the money that we're going to make over the course of the next 12 months, and that's where I'm going to spend the majority of the time walking through. To start with, on the fund balance at $149.9 million, I've broken it out into the 5 main areas. General fund, $44.2 million. That is unrestricted, all governmental purposes. Asset management is actually part of the general fund, but we account for it separately. part of our, to make sure that we can maintain what we have. We set that money aside so that we're conservative, we're adaptable, and we maintain it. Our enterprise funds, in total, $32.9 million of fund balance to start the fiscal year. One of the things when we adopted the 5-year rate study was to be able to have a pass this year on rate increases was because of that fund balance and the ability to fund capital using cash as opposed to borrowing. Impact fees, 53, and restricted construction sales tax revenue, $53.2 million. So those are all restricted for specific growth-related purposes. And then the final area is special revenue and debt service at $6.5 million. So again, all restricted for specific purposes, but that's the breakdown of the fund balance. Fund balance is only used for one-time purposes and generally associated with capital. Looking at that operating income area, our revenues resources, $280 million across all funds. The two largest areas are enterprise funds, the user fees associated with the enterprise funds, and sales tax at 28%. Those are the two largest areas. What I'm going to do is actually walk through each piece of this pie to see exactly how it is, and it's kind of interesting when you get down to the middle and you start feeling like, oh, $1 million, that's pennies. It really puts things in perspective when we start to walk through that. And you can see where the real impact of our revenue collections becomes. Mm-hmm. Looking at that same pie from just the general fund. The general fund is our operating fund, so it kind of puts it more into perspective of the day-to-day, where does the money come from? Sales tax is at 48%, our largest single source of revenue in the general fund. Normally that is over 50%, and it would be over 50% if we made one adjustment, and that is for that intergovernmental revenue that I talked about with Camelback Corridor. So that's a $15 million from somebody else that we have programmed in there. If we took that out, intergovernmental drops to below 2%, sales tax goes up to 53%. So sales tax and state shared revenue are our two main sources of revenue in the general fund. When we start going through the sales tax, city sales tax for the year is projected at $85.8 million. You can see our 10-year history on that with the tremendous increases overall that we started to see in 2020 and moving forward. This includes all sales tax, both ongoing and construction. When we break it out into the four main categories of the sales tax, non-construction ongoing is $63.3 million. Ongoing construction per policy is that $5.6 million. Unrestricted construction is $9.9 million. And then we have the dedicated construction that has to offset our IIP per state law, which is that additional 1% on our sales tax rate, is $7 million that is set aside. When we look at the $85.8 million broken out into the two categories of ongoing on the orange line versus construction on the blue line, you can see the ongoing has continued up every year till 2020. Our 2021 estimate actually shows a slight decline from fiscal year 2020. Again, that is our conservative nature when it comes to forecasting revenues. And then we see a relatively small increase from 2021 estimate for the 22 budget. We base all of our budgets off of these conservative projections to make sure that we do come in under budget on our revenues or over budget.
Joe?
When it comes to the construction, do you have any type of tracking databases to the extent of your building valuations? Because typically that's going to be your first indication when things slow down, is obviously the permit issuance will start to slow, and there's always a delay on when it turns into actually the construction sales tax when they start building and filing their return. Do you track that, and you have an estimate of lag periods on that, so you have a general idea ahead of time if things are going to slow down? To what extent?
Correct. Yeah, the construction sales tax generally comes in 6 to 8 months after an actual project happens. So just as Joe said, that once permits slow down, 8 months later, we'll see the decrease on the construction side. We have not yet went and done a full study on when that is, and that's something that is on our to-do list. But as soon as we see any kind of a decline over on the permitting side, that's when we start to know that the construction will be dropping. And for our construction estimate, what we do is we take 80% of what we collected the prior year and make any adjustments for any known large increases like the Microsoft data centers that we had this last time.
Yeah, I think that's a worthwhile project, only because I remember in '08 when I sat very similar where you are, that's the first indication when I knew something was seriously wrong, when those things started dropping off the table. So again, I think that's a worthwhile project for you, because with construction and the amount of money that's coming in, when you get that 8 months heads up, that's a good indication of maybe we need to tweak what we're doing on on our project side as well. So
Exactly.
okay, thanks.
Bill?
Doug, the difference between the 2019 on this chart and the 2020, which I assume both are actuals,
Correct.
just based on where they line up on the chart, look to be about $10 million difference, roughly.
On the operating side,
On the non-construction,
yes,
roughly $10 million.
roughly 10 million, correct.
It's a pretty significant jump. And I think what we saw in 2020 was the number of people who stayed home and whatnot. The idea that we're carrying that forward to 21 and 22, are we on pace for that? Well, 21 is part of the pandemic too, but is there any concern that that number is actually going to drop back to somewhere, that smaller growth rate between 16, 17, 18, 19, what we would normally say is normal?
What we did was we went through and did a category by category adjustment on all of these. And what we have seen also in 2020 is the advent of the online marketplace. So we've got quite a bit coming in from the online marketplace. When it comes to restaurants and so on, it's like, what we see is kind of a shifting within that. So we do think there is some one-time activity related to COVID that's going on. But on the operational side, we think there's going to be a shifting between some of the categories, so that not significant enough to throw it offline.
To throw it off, okay.
Correct.
So we're pretty confident
Yes.
that we remain that much
At
higher.
that, correct.
Okay, thanks.
Brandon?
You said that construction dedicated to the 7 million. We have to keep that there as a side on the side, essentially that 1%.
Correct. That 1%, anything over and above your normal tax rate, which is 2.5%, and our construction tax rate is 3.5%. Anything collected from that premium has to be used to offset your IIP, so our development impact fees. So that money can be used to offset some of our development impact fees. We are actually using it to pre-build some of our capital associated with development impact fees, a loan from those funds to do that.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Forecast by category, I started to touch on some of that. We accounted for unusual activity when we went through and did that to make sure that there was anything that we could adjust for. We are predicting that entertainment recovers, so we do think by the end of 2021, Harkins will be open and people will be going to the movies. Construction sales tax at 80%, and again, we're continuing our conservative practices. Overall, the category by category rates are anywhere from a 20% reduction to what we have currently to at the most a 5% increase over what we have. So nothing significant increase moving forward. Going to the next section of the revenue overall, 10% of our total revenue comes from state shared revenues, $31.3 million. One of the things the league has asked us to do is start calling them voter approved local revenue, or VALR. as opposed to state shared revenue, basically saying the state is not sharing this out of the goodness of their heart. The voters approved that they give this money to us. So I thought I would go along with the show and put that in there and try to start using that. Our
It's
state
good
shared
to get
revenues
back
are,
somehow. Thank you.
you bet. Our shared revenues are based on the 2019 census estimate. As I'd said before, 2020 census figures will be released in September. At that point, we're anticipating that there will be some adjustments to the state shared revenue, but we have not built that into our budget. There is an overall increase of $450,000 over the current fiscal year, $1 million over what we had forecasted back in September. In that there is a decrease when you look at just the income tax portion because of changes they made at the collection rate. And instead of getting it this fiscal year, we'll get it the following fiscal year. State shared revenue by
Excuse me,
year.
Joe?
Yes.
Just real quick, earlier when you talked about the state shared, the income tax, and this was voter approved on a percentage. Is that create any type of incentive or requirement for them to adjust that percentage if they do with a flat because of what the voters had approved?
No requirement, but that is exactly what the league is trying to work with them on, is to get them to increase it from 15% share up to, like, I think it's 20.1% share to hold cities harmless.
Is that tied back into what the voter approved, or that is legislative driven?
It's legislative driven. State shared revenues are made up of 4 different categories: sales tax, income tax, vehicle license tax, and HERF. HERF is the gas tax. All of these, with the exception of HERF, are distributed purely on population. HERF is distributed on population plus a portion of it based on the county in which the gas tax was generated. And you can see the gradual uptick on these year after year as well. Moving from state shared sales tax into our enterprise fees, based on our 5-year rate plan adjustments, which are included, there is an overall increase of $4.3 million in total revenue collected within that, and that is a factor of the rate increase that would go into effect on January 1st, along with the account increase. The increases that are built in here are taken directly from the rate study and inserted into the budget. We got them broken out by the different categories, with water being our highest at 31.8 and sanitation at 7.7 million. And again, all 3 of these are self-sufficient as proposed in the recommended budget. User fees, non-enterprise, $20.4 million. Really 3 areas: Parks and Rec, the ballpark, and the development continuum, which is engineering and development services. Parks and Recreation is just under $1 million, and that's a 68% increase from the current fiscal year, mainly for 2 reasons: the rec campus opening up and a lot more activities coming through there, and then also a rebound from COVID when we were not having some of the activities. Ballpark at $3.5 million assumes that we will have a normal spring training. The current fiscal year also assumed that, and we did not have a normal spring training, but we're able to adjust on the other side, on the expenditure side as well. Both in 20 and 21, about $1 million less than what was anticipated came in at the ballpark, so it was 2.5 instead of the $3.5 million. Again, normal year. And then on the development services side, a very important piece is the distinction we have up here of operational versus one-time. The development continuum, with the high rates of growth that we've been having in the abnormally large commercial projects, have been generating more income than it cost to provide the service. Any amount over and above the cost to provide that service, we set aside and treat as one time, because our fees are set up to recover cost. When we recover more than the cost, it's because some anomaly is going on within the system, and we do not want to depend on that for other operational areas. So we've got it set up so anything that they are revenue neutral when it comes to their operational costs. Moving on to the next area is impact fees at 23.6 million, or 8% of our total sources. We all know what impact fees are associated with development, growth paying for growth. We do have, as I had mentioned earlier, interfund loans from that dedicated construction sales tax where we have built, we're going to be building Fire Station 188 ahead of time. We have built Fire Station 186 ahead of growth, with some funding from our partner Newland up in that area, but also some from this dedicated construction sales tax. And then with the rec campus and the park around it, we built that prior to the collection of the development impact fees. So there will be a loan from the dedicated construction sales tax. As impact fees are collected, it will replenish that money back in the dedicated construction sales tax to be used for other growth-related projects. And again, the IIP, we will be looking at doing a minor update to recognize the actual cost of providing some of these projects. The full update of the IIP is required by state law to be conducted by the end of calendar year 2023. So that will be coming forward before we know it, and we are going to be timing it so that we're not the first one out of the gate and that we do meet the statutory requirements. Property taxes. Property taxes make up 8% of our total revenues. What we show up here is the primary property tax in orange, which is the amount that can be used for general governmental purposes. In gray is the secondary tax, and that is the rate that's shown on the bars. And the blue line is our total levy. So you can see, even though the total rate has stayed constant for the last 4 years, or relatively constant, the amount of money we're collecting for property taxes increases because our valuation increases. The property tax generated is $23.9 million, split between the primary and the secondary. As I had stated earlier, the primary property tax levy is maximized per financial policies. Secondary is set to cover GO debt service, including the new GO bonds that are planned to be issued this upcoming fiscal year. The primary rate is actually $1 even this fiscal year, in the secondary at 73.5, making the total rate 173.5 173.5. Too many points in that one, too many decimal points. How that changes with an assumed 5% appreciation. A $100,000 home in Goodyear last year would have paid $173.50. That same $100,000 home with the 5% increase would be paying $182.18 this coming year because of the appreciation of the value of that home.
Bill?
Doug, so how does the increase in our overall assessed valuation play into this?
The increase in our overall assessed valuation is reflected in that blue line right there. This last fiscal year, our assessed valuation increased by 10% overall. All the economic development activities that you see in the buildings that are popping up all over are having a dramatic increase on our assessed valuation. We're up over $1 billion now at $1.17 billion recovered from we hit $1 billion last fiscal year. Prior to that, in 2008, we were at $1 billion. So it took that long to recover from the prior recession. At the end of the day, to answer your question, the assessed valuation is the basis that the rate is applied against. So as the assessed valuation increases, that same rate applied to a larger base means more money coming into the city.
So the multifamily that, I'll let you take a drink. So the multifamily that you referenced earlier that we know are putting up on obviously property that is now dirt or ag today or just vacant is obviously adding to that assessed valuation, which then is an increased revenue source for us throughout the year over year after year.
Correct. It's not only adding to the assessed valuation, but the rent is taxed.
Yeah,
so
I'm not even talking
sales
about that.
tax as well.
Just
Correct.
the property value alone. Yeah, 2.5.
Correct.
But just the property just the cost of the property itself
Exactly.
is
It's a net-
is an increase in quote unquote revenue.
Correct.
I shouldn't say quote unquote, it is revenue.
Correct.
Okay, so as the city continues to grow, resources will continue to flow right behind that.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Joe?
Yeah, just to summarize though, you still have the 2% that you can do above. If you have an existing property, you can only grow at 5%. That's correct, right?
Correct.
So that difference is, as Councilmember, the Vice Mayor was mentioning, is the additional that's been added to that. But in addition to that, on the primary, you can go up an additional 2%.
Correct.
So it's a possibility of a 7% impact on the primary side.
Correct.
Okay. But that gets blended with your secondary, so it's actually a little bit less than the 7. So,
Exactly.
okay. And I'm sure you'll have those numbers when we get down to the end, what the actual increase is.
Correct.
Okay.
Wally?
I'm assuming the multifamily development that's coming in the 11, they're all paying impact fees
They're all paying impact
because they're
fees.
going to put a tremendous demand for services on our police and fire and our city services.
Correct. Correct. Yeah, they will be paying the impact fees based on the number of units that are going in there. Gets pretty complicated as which pieces of it gets the impact fees, but they are definitely paying.
Yeah, and I don't remember what the impact fees were for multifamily. Is it per unit or per building? Do you remember, Doug? It's been a while since we reviewed those.
I do not recall off the
Okay.
top of my head, but we can definitely do a
That'd be-
follow-up
I'd like
with
to
you.
know, just curiosity, if it's by building or by apartment,
I think units are involved.
probably the unit, yeah.
I think.
And if it's one unit with 400 apartments, then, yeah.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
No, I was, Joe said that he thought that it was by
There's
unit,
units involved in
by
this.
building. And if it's a building with 400 units and they're only paying one fee, we're still providing services for over 400 families. So,
Yeah, it's definitely related to the size and the impact
Sure.
that each specific one is. And I'll put something together and send to you,
good.
to
Yeah, I
council
think
about
that
what the
we'd all like
specifics
that.
of that are.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Going to that next area of intergovernmental, which is this year 9% of our total. This is the first time that you will see that American Rescue Plan. We have it set up as a separate fund. Nothing specifically allocated for it, waiting on the guidance from the feds and also guidance from the council. I'll let you guys decide which guidance is more important. So we will be following that. So 20.7 million over 2 years, 10.4 in this current fiscal year. Our Camelback Corridor partners for the funding of that Camelback project. The ASTA, the Arizona Sports and Tourism Authority reimbursement for our ballpark loan at just under $1 million. Originally programmed at, I believe it was $2.3 million this fiscal year, but they are directly related to travel and tourism, which has been hit extremely hard by COVID. So those numbers are much lower. Then we have our CDBG, and then after that, under governmental and other is our Arizona Lottery funds, Park and Ride, RICO funds. And then finally, we get into other. Under other, the largest is our franchise fees at $3.6 million. We have some one-time development agreement revenue associated with the operations of the fire station out in 186. We have that for 2 more years. Reimbursements and rentals, court fines at $700 million. The court fines is a little bit lower than historically that we have been. They've been seeing reduced revenue collections mainly because of COVID. So for conservative sake, we have held those at that lower level for next fiscal year as well. And then everything else, which includes our interest on earnings and different little making copies and so on, it totals the $1.4 million. With that, we have went through all of our revenues. Do we have any questions on revenues?
Brandon?
Yes, sir.
When is our next franchise fee? I know usually like 20 years, 10 years, 15 years. I'm just curious when if there's an opportunity in the future when the next one is coming up.
Yeah, there are 10 and 25-year agreements. I don't know when the next one comes up, but we can definitely put together a listing of those. There's 4 or 5 of them, and we can have a listing of when their expiration date is and what the percentage we collect
Yeah.
on that is.
I don't necessarily, I don't know if I need to ever raise them. I was just curious when the next ones are. So, thank you.
Sherry, do you have any questions? Councilman Loretano? Obviously not.
No, we're good. Thank you.
Oh, great. Thank you for speaking up. I was getting concerned.
You know,
Yeah.
I think now maybe the time, since we're talking about revenue. You know, we had the discussion about tax policy back at the retreat, when the numbers, if you go back to that original slide, looked a little more doomy and gloomy. We weren't exactly sure what was going to happen with the economy. We didn't know where things were at. Given the aggressiveness of this particular budget, I'm wondering if this isn't the time to perhaps revisit that one more time before we go forward into how we're spending it. You know, we're looking at really a budget of, I'm going to almost use the word unprecedented size, with the number of employees that we're adding, the different types of revenue sources that we've got, where things are coming in, and this is taxpayer money. I mean, we're funded with that. Based on the sales tax numbers that we have, et cetera, we are, as a city, generally the highest in almost every category. We're not in general sales tax, but we're near the top. But in everything else, we're near the top of all of it. Our property tax rate, while we've really championed, and even myself in particular, to keep that rate at $1.73, is still fairly substantial when you compare it to the rest of the valley. And I'm wondering if this isn't an opportunity for us to kind of do the right thing and return some of this money to whence it came, and that's the people that are paying it.
Actually, I think we have been doing the right thing. I think what we're building in this city and giving the citizens, you know, we don't have to feel guilty, but that's
I don't feel
okay.
guilty.
I see what's happening, and we have a lot of other employees. Of course, we have more population. We have more demand. So with that, then we have to move forward. But I don't know why you want to take success and clamp it down or level it down. I don't think that we're wrong in how we spend the money. I think we're very sympathetic to the causes and to where they want to go. But if you personally enjoy saying, well, I lowered the taxes and I gave them this, that's different. That's a different philosophy. And my philosophy is we had a goal. We set goals how we wanted to build this city. And we pretty much stuck to them. And we've done it. And I haven't really, unless you can point one out, something that's been destructive to our population. And then, if you start doing that, what about all these people that are moving in? We can't control that right now. And even though he says it may slow down, I'm not so sure I believe in that because of what's happening in other states and because we're producing so many jobs that I think we're going to get another influx in for other reasons than we've had before. I'm certainly not in your seat, and I don't have all the figures in my brain and all that type of thing, but everything you read, everything you see now, this side of the country is popular. And I don't want it to back up because, and I don't want to say we're not doing enough for I don't want that. I don't believe in that statement.
Okay, first of all, I did not say we are not doing enough. What I'm saying is we are at a point right now that if we were to shave back $2 million in revenue, any number of sources, a little from everywhere, I don't care where it comes up to, $2 million to this budget is not asking a lot. But the reduction in tax to whoever those residents are that are paying that $2 million, $2.5 million can be significant. And that's all I'm asking for, is that discussion that we look at and say, we have an opportunity because we are in a growth mode and we have done some really amazing things. And I'm the first one to go out and champion the rec center, 2 fire stations, city hall without changing the property tax rate. I'm the first one to say that. But I'm also going to be the first one to say we're also at a point in time when perhaps we don't need to grow by 86 positions. Maybe we only need to grow by 76 positions or 66 positions. And we've got this surplus of additional revenue funds that we just take that money and turn it back to the people that are paying it, because growth is going to continue to come. Just the simple 1,000 apartment units at $1,500 average rent, which is pretty much what it is $450,000 a year in revenue for the city, just in sales tax alone for 1,000 apartments. And we know we're building that. And half of those aren't even included in Doug's estimates. They're not occupied yet. If we can, and that's almost a quarter of what I'm suggesting that we do, is turn some of this back. I'm not saying cut our throats. I'm not saying we should strangle the growth. I'm just saying maybe we don't be as aggressive. Maybe we just be what we've always been, which is a slow move forward. If nobody wants to entertain it, that's fine.
Just to substantiate what you're saying, so number of employees, cut back on that and not have that, or not hire what you need.
It's just an example. If you go back, and we're getting way ahead because we're going to talk about what we're spending. And it's probably slide 96 or something like that. So I don't want to say let's go there, but if you look at the historical trend of where we've been on employee growth, you're going to do it, aren't you?
There you go. 40. It's 40% through.
So the way that we read this, I'm going to just say general fund. In FY18, it was 22 employees.
Correct.
In FY19, it was 25. In 20, it was 35. In 21, it was 58. And in 22, we're talking about 68, which apparently is 20 short, but that's just general fund money. Because I think 10 are part-time and 10 are...
The 68 is actual full-time bodies. And then right next to it is the 77.75. That includes the part-time seasonals and everything.
Yeah, so if you go to the top, the all funds, 86.75. If you look historically what we've done, 24, 31, 37, 63, 77. We haven't been super aggressive until the last 2 years. I'm pretty sure that our growth rate is almost the same as it was today as it is in 2019. Maybe 1% or 2% higher, but for the most part, we seem to grow about 5 to 7% a year. And we have historically been doing that since I moved into this city in 2001. And we have historically always kept the number of full-time employees between that 25 and 55 number. I'm just suggesting that perhaps we pull back on this year's very aggressive and go to somewhat aggressive, or perhaps just moving it forward and using that, because each position, just generally speaking, is worth about $100,000. You cut 10, that's $1 million. So now if you're looking to cut $2 million of revenue out, there's $1 million right there, and then you move forward with the rest of it in sales tax or non-construction tax, whether that be property tax, a combination of property tax. It's always going to grow. We're never going to be short of money. It's just a matter of how fast we want to move forward with it. If this council doesn't want to reduce taxes, I guess we roll at our own risk then going forward.
Laura?
Well, I'm not an economist, but I've lived in Arizona for about 25 years, and I've seen that it's cyclical. And we have high highs, and then we also have low lows. And through my career in the public sector, I know that there's times when you're in the high that you have to, that's where you fund the lift, to get you up to that next level of service, or to meet all those needs. And so it's, as we look ahead, the forecast is really high, for the next 5 years. And so it looks very optimistic. But when I look at the property taxes on slide 30, the levy has been pretty nice, gradual, and then it accelerates pretty high. It starts to get pretty steep. And I know that that's our tax plan, and that's what we agreed on, but I do see that that's a big change because of the valuation increasing. So I don't have necessarily what the answer is. I acknowledge that the income is coming. I think we all feel that our city feels differently right now too, in terms of growth, in terms of traffic, in terms of demand on our public safety personnel and stuff. So I think it's okay to talk about it without,
No, you talk about it, but you each have to give your opinion. Right. So this isn't just talk. And you have to say demand. I look at it in a very simple way. How many phone calls do we get? How many things are they asked to do? How many times they want the policeman there? How many times they want the fireman there? How many times they want this? How many times they want a plan? How many times they want a street done? How many times they want a sidewalk done? It doesn't go away. And the longer people live here and the better life that they have, the more they want, which is normal, or the improvements they want in your city. And finally, we're at that point where we can dissect this city and maybe build someone's road that talks to us and sends us a letter every week. So, we may be able to get some of those things done. I just don't want to see us penalized for being successful. That's my view. So somebody speak up besides me.
I just wanted to let you know that Sherry has requested to speak when you have a moment.
Sherry, you have the floor.
Sorry, I'm in the line for vaccination, so it's a little hard for me to jump in. My concern is that we always talk about like the food tax or these taxes that don't give our residents any meaningful relief, whereas adding the police officers in those positions to me are more meaningful. I mean, we had someone break out our window, and we had a lot of problem with cars up in Estrella. So as a citizen, I would rather have more eyes on the streets to protect my city rather than the $1.25 or 95 cents a month that we could get from a food tax relief. I think there's more benefit to our citizens. And I understand Bill's concern. However, I do think that the difference when we look at what's gone in the past, we haven't had this many fire stations. We never had a rec center, an aquatic center to this extent. So I'm, from what I've seen and talked to Doug earlier at the presentation about the budget, I'm okay with increasing the positions if there's one specific position, but overall, I think it's just due to the extreme growth that we've had. And I will mute myself again.
Thank you, Sherry. Wally.
Well, there's so much we really want to do with the city that we've not had the money to do. We've always been so conservative, and we've had to really pick and choose what we could move forward on. And I see this as an opportunity, truthfully, for us to do those projects that we have not been able to do. And I'm not saying they need to be done because I'm not sure where they are in the grand scheme of things, but we've got parks all over the city that may need to be spruced up. They may need new equipment. We may need more pickleball courts, even though we're building our big recreation center in that beautiful community area there. But there's still pockets in our city that we need to continually take care of and make better for them. We have sidewalks that we've not been able to do. We have Saraville that we haven't been able to do. There's the Estrella Parkway. There's just so much that we can do. I really feel that the public safety and the health and welfare of our city is paramount. We know that in the budget, and I hate to get ahead of Doug, but we're going to talk about a crisis response van. That is extremely important to our residents with the mental health issues that we have now. I can count on my hands how many unfortunate suicides and tragic deaths just in my own community that I have gone out to and with and seen how desperately we need to have had a crisis van on site. But that being said, we're growing so, and we're stretched so, and we're growing all over this city, and we've got to be able to protect our residents with our police officers. They can't be stretched and doing 5 and 6 different hats at a time and still try to have really a family life or anything else, because we're just so stretched. So I just think it's really that we really all need to just be diligent and just look at all of this before we decide anything and figure out where you want this city to go. This is our chance to move this city forward. We either go or we don't. As far as the tax bill, when I look at my tax bill, Goodyear is such a minute, tiny portion of what I pay in my property taxes, because I've got 6 school districts and a library district and a water district and a this and a that I never even see. Then I've got another override coming. So it's not us raising everyone's taxes. So when people talk to me about, oh, my tax bill is too high, I say, go talk to the schools, the flood control, the library district, all of that. It's not the city of Goodyear. But I just am so passionate to think that we've got the ability now to do something wonderful. And we need to do what we could do, and we don't have to spend it all, but we need to just take a look and see what we can do to make our city better.
Thank you.
And I'm
Next.
sorry, I was on my soapbox.
Oh, you weren't surplus.
Sorry.
I thought that was the end of your sentence.
It
That's
is.
what it was. Okay. Laura?
Well, I've also been looking at our strategic plan that came out of our February retreat, and there are a lot of community-focused things that we have in mind that we've never really systematically looked at or maybe even had the funds for. And in my mind, that is another way of benefiting the community and benefiting those who are vulnerable. I know we've talked as a group, we're concerned about the evictions coming and preventing homelessness and things like that, and partnering with various entities. So what makes Goodyear special certainly is the quality of life. Why people choose to move here is quality of life and safety and things like that, our schools and such. And to maintain that, it is going to take revenue, certainly with the public safety, but I'm excited about what we're looking at as far as looking at community services that we haven't done before.
Right. Thank you. Bill?
You know, everything that everyone's been talking about, the roads and all, that's all CIP, one time only. I'm talking about ongoing expenditures. Even the eviction moratoriums and things like, that's what the CARES money is for. We've got $20 million sitting in waiting for us to deploy for those purposes. We're mixing, in our conversation, we're mixing everything we tell Doug not to mix. Don't mix one time and ongoing. So in this conversation, it is ongoing only. General fund is what I'm talking about. And it's clear that the rest of this council has no intention of returning any of that money back to the residents who are supplying it to us. And every one of those tax bills that we get are from public entities that are unwilling to return any of that money and continue to grow because they don't have the varying resources that we do. If you go back to those pie charts, we have a lot of different resources, and our growth and our way forward doesn't have to be 10 steps at a time. It can be 7 steps at a time, and it is still a way forward. That is the way we have been operating the city for 20 years. It'll be the way we're going to move forward for the next 20. If we've got an opportunity to shift and take some of that, any of that burden off of the resident, This is the time to do it because we are in that high growth mode. You can't do it when you're in the downturn. We don't possess the capacity to hire 50 or 60 people in one department at any one time. 50 or 60 more, I should say, on top of what we've got. If there's not an interest, I'm done with the conversation. It's unfortunate that at this point in our growth and at this point in our time, we're choosing to go this way. That we have the ability to do it now. There's $1.166 million available after the base budget. There is $3.43 million of one-time money that is unspent. So all these projects and all these things that we keep talking about, there's still extra money in there. So what I'm talking about is money that we're just taking in that we don't know what to spend it on. So we're going to just push it forward. I'm just talking about returning it to the people that paid it. I'm not talking about cutting or whatever. Not the services that we have. I'm talking about slowing the rate of our growth of those services. That's all. Not cutting it, not taking less police officers, not taking police officers off the street, not closing fire stations. I'm not talking about anything radical. I'm just talking about slowing the pace of the growth. But if we're not interested, I don't want to be here all night.
Well, that's why your council has spoken so far. I haven't heard anybody speak into this with your statements you're making. And anybody at the table here? Because this is what we're here for. Brandon?
So I just understand what Vice Mayor is saying here. So you don't want to take, you want to reduce the tax, or you don't want to reduce the tax? You want to reduce the tax?
I want to reduce not any one particular tax.
But maybe spread it across.
I'm not the finance director,
Yeah.
so I'm not going to tell Doug how to do it. But of all of our revenue sources, I'm suggesting we make a reduction between $2 and $2.5 million. I don't care where it comes from. That's all I'm saying. Now, that could be from 1.166 of it can come from the balance. So
Got it.
now
Okay.
all Doug's got to do is figure out how to save 1.4 million
Got it.
out of actually a $500 million budget. I'm pretty sure he can find $1 million.
Yeah.
That's all.
So I guess I don't like that we're the highest sales tax in certain categories. I don't know if 2 million will get us there to make us even with everybody else. So, and I'm not sure how we give it back to the residents other than through new services or other things, as opposed to reducing that, whatever sales tax or across the board, what that looks like. So I like the idea of reducing taxes. I just don't know if that gets us to where we want to go. So maybe another work session or something to look at the sales, all those different sales tax buckets and where we compare to other cities and what that looks like in the future. I know we've done it before. I've done the exercise before when I was here. So I'd be interested in that. But yeah, but overall, I don't know if we'll get to that to be able to even get equal to where even the $2 million, if that'll get us to where we want to be. So I know there's a lot of great things that are happening in the city, and I want to see those things happen in the city. I want to see us have all the resources that we need continued. I'm not sure, like Bill says, if we need as many people or if the growth definitely looks like it's more than it has been in the past. So I don't know. I don't know what that looks like. Can we even handle that many people? Now we're talking about hiring someone to hire the people. If we can absorb that, do I think we need them in the future? Yeah, I just don't know if it's. I don't know. I don't know. Like he said, I know he's not pulling it back completely. He's just trying to throttle it down slightly. So yeah. So I'm not sure where I am on that yet. But.
So I question this. Okay, so why do we hire someone in a department? Why are we putting additional people in the department? Are we just hiring them so we can have a number? And we can say, but are we have them there to get something done? I mean, this staff, our city, are hardworking. Every department is. And it has been taxed this year.
Mhm.
And so finally, in some department, I look at, look at Rory's department. Look at the contracts. Look at the things that they've had in this. So they finally bring some people in. And look at the customer. They don't want it tomorrow. They want it today. Every big business we've had, it's been a strain on everybody because nobody wants to go with a later date. They move in, sign the paper, and want it tomorrow. And so, and when you save for a citizen, give them something. In my view, I'd like to do some of these roads that they're complaining about. I'd like to do some sidewalk they're complaining about. I'd like to spend money and spend more money on certain things. That's quality of life. That makes a difference to them. And I can't see what individually people are going to make or gather from cutting a tax in some place. I mean, it's going to save them $1,000 a year? Is it going to save them? I just don't. That's not how so anyway, I've said enough, council. You can, I get the feeling that the majority do not want to make a move at this time. Yes, Joe?
I think if you look at our tax rates, our sales tax, we're comparable. In fact, I think we're lower than the ones around us, with the exception of the restaurant. I think even the food tax at 2% is lower than, if I'm not mistaken, Litchfield Park, Buckeye, and Glendale. I could be wrong, but I think we're competitive there. The only thing was the restaurant. The restaurant was put in place, I believe, back in '89, if I'm not mistaken. It's a long time ago, and it was to help grow the parks, that additional 2%.
Actually, it was,
Okay.
The ballpark.
it was here
But
then when I was on
Yeah.
before I got on the council.
But it's a long
so,
time
yeah.
that additional 2 was on there. I recall, and probably Councilman Laura O'Connell probably knows better, is when Phoenix cut a certain portion, especially was the food, then they ended up, because it was the saving time where they had extra, the following year, they ended up, having a major deficit. And once you cut that, you never go back. I'm for more stable rates. If the council agrees that they wanted something, to me, the safest place would be the primary property tax. That's only because it's more controllable than sales tax rate lowering, because if you lower the rates, you have no idea what you're going to get. Okay? The property tax, especially the primary, is going to keep growing. But again, that's if the council wanted to do anything in that particular area, because that's the only place that is easy. If you lower the levy by $1 million, it's $1 million. You're going to get 95 or 99% of whatever you assess. That's just the way it works. But you lower any type of rates when times get tough, you're going to get hit with that. So again, I still think part of it's missing because you still haven't gone through the expenses, and maybe all those expenses, we need everybody, and everybody agrees that we need it all. So until you go through that, really, you can't.
Yeah.
In my view, you can't really address that specific issue. But rates, I think we are somewhat competitive, and maybe you can put something together on it, with the exception of the restaurant and the construction. But the construction, what is it? 1% of it's going to
the art.
to infrastructure,
Mhm.
in which the construction is driving. So there's a reason why that went there. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, when Kavanaugh was here, they put that in to lower the rate, wasn't it?
Mhm.
So that they could put it into the infrastructure. So, I think rates is not a good thing, the current sales tax rates, because you never know when the dip's going to come.
That's right.
Well, I get a feeling that we should move on with the presentation. You have the floor, Ken.
Can we get that list of stuff? Because I think we had it for the February retreat. Can we get that sent back out again? Yep.
Yes. So I know at some point tonight we have a break scheduled. So my next section here is probably 15 minutes long, so now would be a good breaking point, or
Yeah.
15 minutes
I'll
from now,
take out
up to
the council a
council.
little break. We
That'd
have
be
some
good.
sandwiches.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right.
That'd be
so
nice. Thank you.
Give me a number that you time. 15 minutes, 20 minutes for this break?
You guys need to eat.
50? All right, we'll take 15 minutes. It's now 6:24.
Okay, thank you.
go.
All right, now we've just spent the last time going through where the money comes from. Now we'll go an overview of where the money goes. We'll look at it in an overview basis, then we'll get into the CIP on a general basis, and then after that we'll start walking through the departments to get to some specifics. When we look at where the money goes to from the recommended budget of $385.7 million, all funds, you can see the two things that really stand out are personnel and capital. The majority of our funds goes to those two things. Building infrastructure and providing services are the two things that where the city's funds go to when we look at all funds. When we look at it by department as opposed to by category, it's no surprise that the departments that have a lot of capital and a lot of people are where we spend the money. Again, personnel and capital is where the money goes to in the recommended budget as well as the current budget. When we split that into the general fund as opposed to all funds, the general fund, personnel is 51% of the general fund. Because we have fund balance, capital is a relatively significant piece at 13%, and that contingency reserve, 15% of our operational revenues is set aside, so having those reserves is a big chunk of it as well. When we look at where the money goes by department in the general fund, you can see again, it's mainly personnel. And here's where you can see that police, fire, court, which is qualified as the public safety area, is nearly 50% of the overall general fund budget. If we were to take out some of the capital, it would be at the 50% mark for those areas. Personnel, when we look at personnel for all funds, the current year budget is 750, the 86.75 increase to a total FTE count of 837.5. Broken out by department, you can see 42% of total personnel is public safety. Public safety being defined as police, fire, courts, and I've put the prosecutor's office in there as well. After that, you got Parks and Rec, Public Works. The areas where the services are directly provided is where you see the personnel being allocated. We had a chance earlier today to look at our personnel by population graphic and what our growth rates have been on the personnel side, both full-time and full-time equivalent. This is just one measure of overall thing. It is an easy comparative with other cities on personnel per population, which is one of the main reasons that we do it, but it is just one overall level. Moving into, yes, sir.
Excuse me.
How does this compare to everybody else? I mean, we use this, my track record speaks for itself on this statistic, but how does this compare to everyone else in the valley? How does this compare to everyone else in the country? How does this compare to national standards? How does this?
We can put together for you how this compares to everybody else in the valley. We've got that information. We'll just have to update that. And we can get that and share it with council. When it comes to national standards, there is no one national standard on it. And again, there's going to be a lot of factors that play into it as to what services are provided and so on.
Right. So is there, I'm sure there's ICMA benchmarks that compare employees per thousand, because that number doesn't tell me anything.
Correct.
And it doesn't tell my next door neighbor a single thing other than how many employees we have.
Right.
It doesn't say whether we're effective. It doesn't say whether we're delivering good service or bad service. So the conversation we had a little while ago talked about we got to provide service to all these residents, and this is a number that doesn't tell us anything. So even after the discussion we had with the police department a month ago, their sole measurement was number of officers per thousand. It doesn't say a single thing. So again, using this during the budget presentation doesn't tell us as deciders, and it doesn't tell my next door neighbor a single thing.
Correct. I will completely agree. It's a data point, and whenever I see a personnel per thousand, whether it's citywide or whether it's a specific department, my next question is, okay, what does that compare to others? What are you trying to get to? Why are you trying to get to that? And then when I see comparisons with others, it's like, okay, how come they're half of us? What it's almost a conversation starter more than anything else.
Right, and I think that's why I get super frustrated seeing this slide every single year, because we have this conversation every year that it doesn't mean anything. The most important information on this slide is the stuff that's on the right-hand side. Other than that, it doesn't tell us anything, so.
If I could, Mayor, I wanted to respond because I have to chuckle a little bit. In our first draft of this, we had removed the slide because, you know, it only adds value when you're comparing to yourself. We have the Valley benchmarking where we can look at the same number for our sister cities, but some have libraries, some don't have libraries, some have ballparks, some don't have ballparks. And so it is a difficult comparison, but then I have to laugh because I had my one-on-one with Joe and he's like, so how are we looking on this number? And so I put it back in because I think council's familiar with seeing it, but you know, as far as its value every year, it's one data point. It's good to compare to yourself. It makes it challenging as to what is the rest of the story, but we'll certainly get the Valley benchmark information.
You know, I ran out of time, but I was going to, and I was gone until yesterday, but I think I still have the matrix study and the staff's report replied to it, which there was a huge section that absolutely lambasted the concept of counting employees per thousand, because that was the benchmark. Because I think when we did that study back in 06, 07, we were at like 11 or 12 employees per thousand. It was huge. And I'm not even going to say his name at the time, the mayor was using that as an excuse to slash all of the number of employees that we had. And that was the argument from staff, is that this is a false number. So if I can find it, and someone is interested in some entertaining reading, I'll pass it along.
Well, I had some too from, I kept that page they gave to us. I'll look, but I don't know if I still have it. But, no. Joe?
Yeah, from my perspective, it's just comparing against yourself. But to me, the bottom line is the 2-year survey that we get from our citizens on whether the service levels they're getting is what they expect. Because the problem gets in, and we had this, I know, discussion with a former mayor was here when it came to the fire stations. And the problem is, if you try to compare us to Avondale, we're a much bigger area to service than Avondale. So if you get a small square, you need less fire stations. And even if the employees or the population is the same, it's going to look skewed when you look at the number of employees per thousand, because we got a lot more fire stations because of the area. So trying to compare apples and apples in this area at times gets very, very difficult. It's the same for public works and the water lines and the sewer lines in the streets. Got a lot more streets to service. You know, if you got something that's 120 square miles plus Mobile. So that gets tough, and I understand that. To me, the ultimate is whether the citizens like the service they're getting. And are we delivering or not delivering to them? You know, or are we missing services that they want? Okay.
The next area we're going to talk about is employee compensation. As we said, you know, one of the things Goodyear tries to be is a competitive employer with both internal and external competitiveness. One of the things we do is all personnel types increases are part of that base budget. So it comes in before we even do the supplementals. It's that commitment level to that. Our employee groups we have broken out into the categories you show here. Both police and fire are represented and have MOUs, memorandums of understanding. The budget builds in police's year 2 of 3, which is a 1% market and 5% step increases, and an increase to the deferred comp match. Fire represented, contract negotiations are not certified. However, they're ongoing, and the results of that are built into the budget, or enough to cover what is in there is built into the budget as well. I believe it's on the next council meeting for certification of those. Non-represented, we have a 5% merit increase, which is movement within the range. There is no market adjustment. Deferred comp, one of the things we talked about was internal equity. So we have a deferred comp match of 1%. That's a new benefit for non-represented employees. It's something that is already offered to both police and fire. Retirement health savings account is another benefit, a new one that is currently offered to represented fire. It is not part of the police's MOU, but it is something recommended for all non-represented employees. It would be $22.50 per pay period, with the employee putting in $12.50. The next bullet point is an annual leadership stipend, which is for the leadership team and executive pay for deputy city managers and directors. It would be a biweekly stipend based on an annual amount of $5,200 or $3,500. That is arrived at after doing a survey of other cities on what their compensation levels are and what kind of benefits are included, including leave, car allowances, and that type of executive pay package. And then the final thing I have on employee compensation is we have built in here a 3% health insurance increase for all premiums. It is the first time, and I believe it's 4 years, that we've had a premium increase on our health insurance. We have a self-insured insurance plan, and it is doing extremely well. The 3% just makes sure that we continue to do extremely well.
Doug?
Yes,
Mayor.
sir.
Mayor.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
So Wally and Joe got to hear this last week, and I mean absolutely zero offense to any of the directors or deputies sitting in this room, but I am appalled that we are suggesting paying a leadership stipend before we do a comp and class study for the rest of the employees, and I have to say that publicly. I said it last week. I obviously say it again tonight. The fact that we are treating the highest paid people in this organization with a 1-year bump or a 1-year start is appalling to me. We spent a great deal of time earlier, well, I don't even remember when it was, when we talked about compensation last year, about one-time money versus a bump to the, or whether we do the merit increase. Last year, and we were worried about giving employees $700 so that they could get to the grocery store and all the rest of that stuff. And we decided to go forward with the merit increase instead of the one-time bump during the uncertain period, because we were worried about our lowest paid employees. And here we are today, a year later, and we're not giving them due consideration in this particular item. I know the total dollar amount is not very large. You know, if the math is simple, it's 20 directors and 2 DCMs, but so it's not about the money, it's about the principle on this. We're going to do a comp and class study this year. I think this should be deferred until next year, until that comp and class study is done and we can take care of all of the employees and not just the top earners in this organization. That's my soapbox.
Thank you, Brandon. Did you have?
I had a quick question about the retirement health savings account. Can an employee put more than the $12.50 in?
On the retirement health safety, they cannot. The way the IRS rules are set up, everybody has to be treated exactly the same. So it is also mandatory that every employee that's eligible participates at the $12.50.
Okay. I just want to verify. Thank you.
Laura?
Having done HR in the public sector, I'm very happy that we are offering deferred compensation to our employees. I think that is a valuable benefit, and it's a good thing to do. And I'm kind of surprised that we weren't doing it until now. And I have to say I'm really surprised that our executive level has not gotten any kind of benefit along that line, because that's generally accepted practice. I mean, that's part of that whole compensation. Now, as I understand it, this stipend, as it was explained at Brandon's and my meeting, is a cafeteria style plan where you get to opt in with some other choices, whether it's a raise, it's money, or leave, or deferred comp. And you know, as the city grows, I don't know the legalities or the feasibility of tracking all of that as people come in and things like that. Do you want some of this? Do you want some of that? You know, I don't know. It's just, to me, deferred comp just seems really clean. Yeah, I do have a concern about the timing because it doesn't feel right, although I know that over this past year, we have demanded a lot of our directors to keep producing, to make it happen, to make it work within their departments and keep providing services and things. And so I think that we've been able to give the step increases to staff, but I don't think that rewarding or giving leadership a benefit that's a generally accepted benefit is out of line either.
Wally?
I agree with Laura, because during the COVID, when our city more or less shut down, our department directors and our executive team didn't shut down. They were busy putting together a plan for our city to stay open and to respond to the residents. And I just think for what they had to do themselves, this is a very small thank you to them. It's certainly deserving.
So no other city employee had to sacrifice during that time?
They
No
all
one-
got a raise, Bill.
Everybody got the raise, Wally. That's
I
the
didn't get a
point.
raise.
I know you didn't. But it's
I
not
don't want.
about,
I don't want to argue,
it's
Bill.
not about
I'm sorry.
you. But it,
I just, that's my opinion. I think our directors and our executive staff have done an exemplary.
I think everyone's done an
Performance.
exemplary job. Everybody. To the people that had to take payments in City Hall when COVID was raging, to the firefighter, the police officer, the public works person who had to pick up trash. Everybody did an exemplary job this past 18 months. And for the next however many months there is. Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry.
One other item on personnel that we'd like to talk about is the public safety personnel retirement system. I had mentioned this earlier on the fund balance decrease. This budget does assume that in the current fiscal year 2021, that we will do a buy down of our unfunded liability. That we will be taking $24 million of general fund money and buying that down to $38.7 million of existing debt for public safety retirement. $12 million each to the police and the fire retirement systems. What that will do is twofold. One, it will get our funded ratings up to what is considered healthy retirement for long-term retirement. Fire will get it up to a 90% funded rate. Police will be at an 85% funded rate. So we can make sure that our police and firefighters have a very solid retirement system for them when they do retire. The other piece of that is it will have an operational impact on the general fund because our contribution rates drop from 32.89% for police, 31.28% for fire, down to 19% and 21%. So it ends up being a $2 million annual savings at 2021's contributions with our employee count. As we add more police and fire, that actually will increase year after year. So it's taking that one-time cash that we do have available and putting it to something that really helps on an ongoing basis.
Joe?
Has it been defined what that $20 million can be spent for yet? Do we know what that can be used for? The COVID, I guess the federal government money.
The American Rescue.
American Rescue.
The American Rescue Plan, it has not been, there's 4 general categories. Water, sanitary sewer, infrastructure, and broadband. Direct COVID relief, I would have to think of it. I don't have it on the top of my head. But it does specifically say you cannot use it to fund.
So this, you couldn't use it lower down.
You could not use it for
But
this.
could it be used, and you don't have to answer that for now, is the Vice Mayor's concern on addressing those that during this pandemic, frontline people that went above and beyond or doing what they needed to keep the city to go, maybe stipend them.
Yes, that is an eligible expense.
That is an
That
eligible
is
expense.
eligible, correct. Hazard pay.
Okay,
I think
so that's something that could possibly be addressed when we get into that, how that 20 million is going to be spent that we got from the federal government, correct?
Correct.
Okay. thank you.
Brandon?
Yeah, to Joe's point, I know that was in the paper. I think Chandler did the same thing just recently, talking about how they gave a hazard pay type thing to all their employees. I think the news made it look differently than it was, that they all got bonuses out of the monies as opposed to the people. So, but just depends on how we do it, how we look at it. So, but I do like that we are doing this and fully funding it, or not fully funding, but getting really close to fully funding our PSPRS, and because now aren't we 80 and 90? I think, yeah, 85 and 90%. So I'm really glad that we're doing that. And do we do a place yet for the general fund where it's going? I mean, it's going. I know it's going in the annual general. It'll save us $2 million. Correct.
So we will, in next fiscal year's budget, we'll have $2 million less of general fund costs.
Okay,
Correct.
so it's $2 million we can use for something else.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that has been built into the recommended budget.
Yeah, no, thank you for looking into that and doing the math on it to make sure that it was going to work out, because that's something that I was concerned. Just I want to make sure that our personal retirement system is adequate, and I like that we get the savings as well. So thank you.
Bill?
You know, you spend so much time being frustrated by all the negative things. This was actually something that I was really pleased that we were headed in this direction to take us down this funding path to get us on here. Not only for the annual saving or the annual relief to the general fund, but just bringing our pension liabilities down and the funding up. And I know we had talked about this a couple of months ago during a council work session about what do we do with the first wave of CARES money or whatever we had, whatever was in round two. But this was a very positive step forward.
Any other comment?
And this is something that will be coming forward as a separate item during fiscal year 21 for the authorization to proceed with it. Supplementals, overall, $20.5 million, $13 million ongoing, $7.5 million one time. We're going to later on go through the departments and we'll kind of walk through what's in each department budget, and we can ask any specific questions on those. Moving on to an overview of the capital improvement plan. Up above here is a process overview. It has not changed that much in the last couple of years. We went through a very extensive improvement process on it about 4 or 5 years ago. And the department prepares scope, schedule, initial costs, engineering, budget, and procurement, do a very in-depth review using an outside cost estimator on large, unique projects as well to ensure we have the best possible cost estimate on it. And then one of the other things that we look at is the project deliverable? One of the things we have ran into this fiscal year as well as prior fiscal years, the biggest constraint becomes less about cash and more about just the ability to deliver the project as promised and as scheduled with all the other competing priorities. So that has been the key constraint on this CIP. And it is a funded and deliverable 5-year CIP, and that has been extremely important because it's not a wish list. It is things that you can actually expect to see come out of the ground.
Question. Just on the statement, no projects were removed due to lack of funding. Were projects removed for other reasons?
Yeah, projects were removed for the administrative capacity to fund them, the need to look at and evaluate them further. First time that it was seen in the 5-year CIP, and it really needed to be looked at more extensively before we would tie any funding to it.
Is that list available somewhere? I was looking for it. I couldn't find it in the book, and I think that becomes we become our own worst enemy. We go into the public and we say, oh, it's right here, it's in the CIP, and the next year you turn around and it's gone, or it's been pushed 2 or 3 years. And a couple of the projects that we have a regular contributor to our email on it fell victim to that. So if we're removing things from the CIP, regardless of the reason, I'd like to know what they are so that we're not out misinforming the public when we're having those meetings.
And I'm fairly certain that we have not removed anything that was in the CIP. What we did do was brand new requested projects that came in that we did not add to the CIP, but we'll go through the list of any changes and stuff and make sure and get that for you.
I just don't want to give wrong info. That's all. Thanks.
Brandon?
So one of the reasons you said was administrative. We're still at the bottleneck of capacity, right? We don't have people to physically manage and project manage and just all the different type of projects. So we were
Correct.
prioritizing the ones we can do with the resources we have. So I just wanted to verify that's
Correct. Yeah, it's a internal administrative capacity as well as just the overall market of being able to find vendors, contractors, supplies, everything else.
Okay, thank you.
The 5 years is, as I said, fully funded and deliverable. The definition of a capital project for our purposes is over $100,000 or greater, all funding sources. The one thing that we really want to emphasize this year is even with all of the extensive review and analysis that goes into it, outside cost estimators, there are some huge market conditions going on right now that will possibly lead to potential cost increases. We have contingencies built into some projects. We've got better cost estimate I had used in their small groups, so the example of our public safety building where we've already got it designed. So we've got really good estimates on that one. Some of our others aren't quite to that extent. So there are market conditions outside of our control that will be factoring into that. And that's one of the reasons with the additional unallocated funds within the general fund and others, we'd want to program as CIP reserves and contingencies to help with anything that may happen on the capital side. I'd started answering earlier in Councilmember Hampton's question, the availability of labor, contractors, and supplies, and we're paying a premium in order to get things done. The capital improvement plan overall for a 5-year period is $417 million. You can see it goes from the $113 million in the 22, increases a little bit in 23, and then goes down after that. Most of the projects are in years 1 and 2 to really get those things going. We do anticipate additional projects will come next fiscal year. You'll see some more peppered into those out years. To put it in perspective with the current fiscal year 2021 is $293 million in our CIP. 22 is $113 million. Of our 2021 budget, the rec campus, the civic square, and the surface water treatment plant make up 72% or $209 million. So 3 very big projects drive what's in 21. And some of those costs with the surface water treatment plant and civic square will be carried forward into the 22 budget when you get the tentative, and we'll go through that one later. Breaking it out by department, you can see Public Works is by far the #1 use of capital funds, all of the infrastructure and facilities that they have, followed by engineering, also with a lot of our streets projects, and then facilities comes after that. Already walked through by the department. Project details, we'll go through the capital project request for the departments when we get to the actual departments, but just to give a quick sneak peek of what is in the 5-year CIP funded in 22, starting funding in 22. We have 63 projects funded with a 5-year total of 172 projects in the CIP. In fiscal year 2021, there are 99 projects funded in the current fiscal year. So the current fiscal year is and should be an anomaly with the with the numbers of projects. Some of these major projects that are in here, Fire Station 188, $13.6 million is the total project cost. You can see the completion dates are listed there. One of the things we do have for Fire Station 188 is the potential of including a police substation in there.
Yeah.
That is not included in the budget. However, it is part of our development impact fees, so once we have a design builder on board, if it does make sense when we go through, that would be something we would come back to council and look for an amendment to the budget for. We have full funding for police building phase 2. That is where a portion of our general obligation bonds for the next year will be going into. Municipal operations complex is consolidating our field services, parks and rec, streets, sanitation, all together in one facility next to the current Public Works building. Estrella Bridge for Councilmember Loretano, especially out in Estrella Mountain Ranch. It is the expansion of Estrella Bridge. That has started, the design has started this fiscal year. What you'll see in the next couple of years is more design, land acquisition, working with the U.S. Corps of Engineers. Actual construction does not start till 2025, and that is on a as accelerated as possible time frame. It's a long process to get to that. Camelback Corridor, that is from the 303 to Litchfield Road, both sides, completely funded within the budget at $56 million. This assumes that those portions outside of the city are funded by those entities outside of the city. 100% of the funding of the city's portion, which is $22.2 million, is included in the budget. That is another piece of the general obligation bonds is to go towards this project. If need be that the project only did the Goodyear portion, we have full funding then for the Goodyear portion. Saraville Road, Jefferson to Yuma is in here starting in fiscal year 22. Yuma Road in that same area is also in here in that time. So a lot of the roads that we've heard about a long time are in here to get started this fiscal year. Yes, sir.
Remind me, the Pebble Creek Estrella interchange widening, is that underneath the freeway?
That's underneath the bridge where the bridge is like this.
Yeah.
To
Okay.
put it like that.
I just wanted to verify.
Excuse me, Doug, is that the gonna give us the right turn lane to go on the freeway?
Correct. That's this year. This is underneath the interchange itself. So the right turn lane right when you pass Aldi,
Yeah.
that is in the budget this year and will be constructed this fiscal year.
Thank you. Thank you. That's great. That's,
I drive it every day, so I agree.
I know, it's a pain, I know. Gee whiz.
That is the overview of the CIP and the overview of the city manager's recommended budget as a whole. With that, what we will do now is go to the recommended budgets by department. It is following the exact order that was provided to you in your city manager recommended budget book in case anybody took notes on it. And one thing that we will see when we go through here as well, in the upper right-hand corner of the presentation, it'll tell you what page in your city manager's book that section is at. If there was something that you needed to refer to.
Oh, I see. 37.
Perfect, thank you.
So first up, we have the city clerk's office, which is page 37 in your budget book, is where it starts. The city clerk's budget is $881,000. It includes 7 full-time equivalent positions. That is an increase of 1. That increase of 1 will actually happen in the IT department. It is for a business and applications analyst that will be part of IT. It was requested by the city clerk's office because of their need there, supported by IT, so presented in this manner. It's to oversee some of the programs, Agenda Quick, OpenText, DocuSign, citywide systems that are used and need to be used most efficiently and effectively. Do I have any questions on the city clerk's
Questions?
office?
Joe?
Yeah, the cost is gonna stay in the city clerk's budget?
The cost will move. The cost is not included in that $881,000. It's actually included in the IT department budget, and the position will be shown in the IT budget.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Next up, we have the city manager's office, which is on page 41 of your budget books. The overall budget is $3 million across all funds, 2.9 in the general fund, and 84,000, I almost said 84 million, 84,000 in the Community Development Block Grant Program. There are a total of 14 positions, which is a net increase of 1 from the prior fiscal year. That one position is a customer service rep for the front desk of the new Civic Square. It's not funded until the last couple months of the fiscal year. With the new Civic Square, the utilities and customer service and so on that's currently on first floor will be on second floor. First floor will have a reception person to help direct people to where they need to be. Also included in the city manager's office is a community funding increase of $100,000 increase, which brings it up to a grand total of $214,000 ongoing for that community funding. In the budget document, it had mentioned that it was for small business grants. That was an early iteration of the request. That is actually for any of the nonprofit grants, just like our current community funding program. So it's expanding that. We have $100,000 for the broadband assessment, and then a contract for social media monitoring service in an attempt to see what's going on out in the community and get ahead of things and try to be proactive in addressing some of the issues. That is an overall summary of the city manager's office, and with that, I'll open it up for any questions.
Brandon?
So that full-time customer service rep, is that going to take away does finance have to still be the customer service reps, or is that going to help them not be the customer service reps anymore?
The customer service rep that does the front desk currently does the front desk basically in their spare time and spends about 90% of their time actually processing applications and doing those kind of things that they will continue to do but up on the second floor. So this position here, the front desk will be a true front desk person, and that's what their entire position will be.
And they have a backup. I mean, I don't see one person being there every single day necessarily. So I assume they have a backup of some sort.
It would be the same person there every day. We, hope to find someone who enjoys that type of work, but they would be backed up. For example, like Cindy would be someone who'd come down and relieve for lunches or, give a break. Having someone on the first floor for wayfinding, to help with community room usage was, we really debated which department it belonged to, and it was kind of a hot potato there for a little while, but we truly thought from owning that customer service experience, who better than the city manager's office, and using someone who would understand and know constituent services and, know by virtue of their involvement with the department, the major things going on in the city and be able to help people in the appropriate way. So that was the thought process.
And then the community funding, you said you're increasing what we have now from like 114 to 200?
From 114,000 up to 214,000.
Okay, and it was going to be used for small business?
It was originally put in as a request for small business grants following a earlier council work session on how we were using CARES funds and so on. And through the course of the budget process, we modified it to just be that truly community funding that council has discussed in the past. So it's the same rules as apply to the 114,000.
Okay, so the same 3 council members would then help dish that out too.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Bill? Oh,
No.
I'm sorry.
Laura's got a question.
Laura?
I recall at the retreat, we did talk about a possibility of an increase of the community's service funding. And, but there was also discussion that wanted to cast a vision for what to use the money for. We are essentially doubling the money and we don't have a plan specifically to use it. And in my opinion, that's something that I would like to revisit because it's a substantial amount of money. And I know that we've had a procedure in place, I don't know how long, but I think it's wise periodically to revisit what you're doing and what you hope to accomplish. And we have double the responsibility, and I would like to know from the rest of the council what their interests and they believe. And I also think we need to utilize the data that we are collecting from the community. Tell me what those were.
Community needs assessment.
Community needs assessment, yes, as well as some others.
Bill?
I 100% agree, and that is exactly my recollection, is that we were supposed to revisit this and have purpose behind community funding, not just increase the money to get it out, that we were going to focus our giving on those that we could really have an impact on, and not just find 100,000 more to give away. So I really think we need to have that conversation before that money is carved out and distributed, through this process.
Molly?
Well, I've been on the community funding committee with Sherry for a long time, and I can recall when I first got on council and got on the committee, we had a lot more money than we do today, and we had to cut it because of the downturn.
Yeah.
So it simply meant that the nonprofits that came to us that were providing services for our residents, we couldn't fund them all. And so I'm very grateful that we're able to increase that funding because we are providing social services and other services to our residents by utilizing other nonprofits that actually come into our city and do the services. I don't know if we can have a plan per se saying we can only give this amount of money to the food bank, this amount of money to the homeless shelter, this amount of money to that. I don't know if that's really what we want to do or how we want to do it. We have to remember that this funding is a way for us to fund, and I'm going to use it a broad term, social service programs that we do not personally have located in our city. And so I do know that we need to talk about it and think about it, but for those of you that aren't on the committee, we get a lot more requests than we can fund. Yeah. And we get them from Big Brothers, Big Sisters, from the YMCA, from All Faith, from Aquafria, from you name it, we get it. If they know, I mean, Dad's, what is, I forgot the name, I'm so sorry, and it's a great, wonderful new charity, and it's Dad Raising Children's or something like that. And there's so many of them that the only way that they can really operate is through grants, and there's grants through the cities. And then we used to do our grant to the Avondale Senior Center, and now we do an IGA because they provide senior services that we don't provide. So I think we can, I don't know if you want to have a work session and have everyone in council decide how you want to spend the money or what. So I think the committee needs to have a conversation and then come back to council and perhaps figure it out. I mean, I don't know what we're trying to accomplish here. And this has been going on for a long time, Laura. And it's been done, I think, fairly fair. Fairly fair, is that a word, fairly fair?
Is there a structure on it and how it's done, or is it?
Yes, personally, I would, because I don't think that every ask is necessarily warrants a grant. And give an example of one of the nonprofits that we began funding a couple years ago was the Phoenix Rescue Mission, because of finding out that they were working with the homeless outreach team. Well, their services is now beyond, hey, that's a great nonprofit that helps, to really an active working partner. And so at what point do you then engage them more intentionally to say, we need you so many hours, or let's formalize our relationship, rather than just handing over some money, and that's just one example. So, our city's growing. I feel like we need to have some data to support where we put the money. And I'm interested in just a general, I don't think our council needs to say which buckets things need to go in, but overall, what's important, what's the overarching concerns.
Joe?
Yeah, I tend to agree that a needs assessment would help us to focus where the money goes, to be honest with you. I don't think if we get the needs assessment, I think the 200,000 will actually go pretty quick with a
It
city
will.
our size,
Mhm.
okay? But it's nice to find the proper places where that money needs to go that's gonna have the best bang for the dollar, so to speak. So I think the needs assessment kind of helps us focus where that money should go. So I tend to agree with the council member Kano on that. That will help us get where we need to go with the needs assessment. But I'm glad to see that it's increasing. You know, initially when we were talking about this, you know, with the COVID and whatever, I kind of figured we were going to need some help on some of the business grants and things along those lines. And maybe, I don't know how that's going to work out with the COVID and some of this money that they're getting, where we may need some help. And then I'm still concerned whenever the evictions start coming in and those expire. In fact, we had a discussion with somebody not that long ago on one of the developers. I thought he was going to get back to us with some data. I don't know if you were with us then, Bill, or not, but he was going to back some data because he had some data on how many are delinquent, you know, and how many that may show up, you know, when this thing expires. Because, I mean, this thing's been going on for months, and when that is lifted, we have no idea whether it's going to be nothing or whether there's going to be several. So that's where I think a needs assessment comes in, but we don't have the data yet to know where that impact's going to be. So, you know, I'm glad to see it's increased because I'm sure we can find that need in our community, but it's important to find what that need is. And that's where the needs assessment, I think, comes into play.
And
Brandon?
it's,
Excuse me.
sorry,
Brandon?
Yeah, no, I agree with council members Kano and Stipp. I was call everybody by their first names, but yeah. So I think there should be a just understanding where we want it to go, work session or something to understand before we just put more money towards the places. I know the team does really good work and they give it to a lot of nonprofits, but I think looking at it holistically and understanding where we want to go, where we want to send it to, and the best bang for our buck. I know when I was with United Way as a loan executive there, I mean, they did very, very thorough analysis on making sure they got everything that the nonprofits promised that they were going to do and what the benefit was to their mission as United Way. So just something to maybe look into as well, just to be able to do that. So we, like I said, so every dollar is getting the most potential output that we want from it.
Wally, did you have
I
another?
just wanted to add that any of the nonprofits that received a grant from our city has to give us, the city, a report, a 6-month report on how many people they've served and what they did. And then at the end of the year, they do the same thing. So we actually have data from those nonprofits telling us what they have done. And then if we do the citizen survey or the needs survey, then we can see what the residents actually want. And what we're not doing there. So Laura, I was going to share with you, when we did the IGA for the senior center for the city of Avondale, there's no reason why, if we felt that Phoenix Rescue Mission needed an IGA, we could do that. But that would not come out of community funding. That's different. That would be a budget thing. And I'm not sure how the process went. I just remember Christina came before council and said, I think it's time for us to put an IGA together because we know we have seniors using this center every single day, every month, and it just worked out fine. And then we didn't have to take that money out of the community funding. We could use it on something else. So you've always got that option to set up an IGA if in fact you think it's necessary and you bring it back before council. So I just thought I'd share that.
Yeah, I'm glad you did. Thank you.
Mayor, if I
Yeah.
could, I would like to make a kind of a clarifying statement and then kind of recap what I believe I've heard. So the $100,000 this year is general fund dollars. This is, part of our ongoing general fund revenue. The thought process is that we could, maybe for 5 years, add this and help these nonprofits out of COVID or whatever that might look like. We did a needs assessment as part of this community funding about 1.5 years ago, I believe. So I would propose that if we came back with a work session, we would use that information, the CDGB study that's been recently done, and that could help council inform this conversation. But I wanted to make sure that you all were aware that this is not the larger project we talked about at the council retreat as far as the exploration of the human services
Right.
that we offer here in Goodyear. And in fact, when we come back to talk about the American Rescue Act, I think it's May 24th, we have it tentatively scheduled because we think we're going to have some direction from the Treasury Department. That $20 million perhaps becomes the seed money for the study and the investigation into that much larger conversation that I know council is excited to have. This was meant to be a general fund. We had the $10 million of CARES money that came in during COVID. Certainly we use that at public safety as it was designed, but it freed up money, and this was an attempt to look to the community and assist the nonprofits. So we will get that scheduled for a work session quickly.
Right. That sounds
So
good.
Mayor, the committee is supposed to meet in May, Julie, to look at the applications, so.
Well, based on what I'm hearing, I think I would propose to pause the application process if we want council to have that conversation first, or perhaps let me ask the council for clarification on that.
Well, all of the application forms have gone out to all the nonprofits, and they're expecting a decision back from the city, but it'll be for the June. They wouldn't get their checks till the end of June. So it's whatever you want to do, but I'm just saying we're ready to go as a committee. I thought we
Right.
were, but maybe
So I
we're
believe
not.
we've announced that the application process would open on April 27th. So that announcement was made, but the actual applications haven't been made available yet. So we could pull that back if council would rather have the conversation first to inform that application process. But certainly I'm here for your direction.
Any other opinion? Or we
I don't
move
know.
on?
I'm getting a headache.
Anything else?
We're arguing over the rebate.
So is there consensus for us to hold the application process to have the conversation around council?
We just gotta be careful with the timeline.
Yes, that's why we'll look to get it sooner than later.
Okay, let's move on.
All right, next up we have development services. And as you recall earlier, when we did our economic forecasts and thing, we do see growth continuing. In the development services area is 100% fee-based. All of these positions are paid for by the fees generated. We have a net increase of 3 positions, up to a total of 32. One of the things we're doing this year is moving some contract dollars over to full-time positions. We've been using contract services since 2013 in engineering, 2016 in development services. We still do keep contract services in here, both as one-time and ongoing. Contract services are needed to backfill when employees are there's a vacancy in a position, when an employee is off and so on, because the development process does not stop when the employee is not there. It's constantly going. And also it's difficult to hire some of these positions, so we need that backfill piece. Also, that contract services is for peak shaving. Sometimes it's extremely busy, other times it's just plain busy. So that's what the contract services are for, and we do not have it all listed as one time. We have some of it in their base budget because it is something that will be ongoing as long as growth keeps continuing. After the contract, we have something everybody will be excited about, the general plan update. And along with the general plan update, then will be a zoning ordinance update. The general plan must be updated every 10 years. The zoning ordinance has not been updated for, I believe, 20 years. So it will be a large process. What's funded in the fiscal year 22 for the general plan is the start of that process. You'll see an extensive request come the following year because this is a very large undertaking that involves the entire community. And then we have one CIP project, and that is development agreement reimbursements. The development services manages all of the impact fee and development agreement reimbursements for the city, and those are funded in our CIP. With that, do we have any questions on development services?
Questions? Joe?
Yeah, I like the contract approach so that we won't get ourselves in trouble like we did, I believe, in 2008, where we had people on board that we actually had to let go because it slows down. So the contract is like a buffer so that you've got that, so that you use part of it in case things do slow down at some point, so it doesn't impact the employees that are working at the city. So I appreciate that. Just make sure that's a nice balance between the two so we don't get too far ahead of this growth with the employees, which may cost us when things start to slow down and we don't have the contracts in place. Okay?
Brandon?
I was going to mention the same exact thing. So, Joe, I like the approach. I don't know if that's in our policies or not of how we do business in general, but yeah, utilizing contracts until we meet the threshold where it demands a full-time or an FTZ or whether FTE, whatever that looks like, or even overtime until we can justify you bringing it on. Because to Joe's point as well, I don't want to hire people just to fire them the next year, especially when they're depending on a career, hopefully, at the city. So yeah, so utilizing contract as much as possible for hiring someone fully.
Yeah, in this budget, the recommended budget does take and balance the use of the two of those, both in development services, in engineering. I know in the stats on engineering, I just have on the top of my head that 50% of their staff in the planner examiner areas was contract services. So it's like,
wow.
That wasn't quite that. That was maybe too balanced at 50-50. So that's what we're trying to do, is really level this out and keep that in mind as well.
Go ahead.
Digital communications, $1.3 million, 8 full-time equivalents. That is a increase of 1, and that is for a full-time communications specialist position to do podcast, blogs, city marketing campaigns, everything that you see coming out of our communication shop, and at a continued high level.
Brandon?
Who does that stuff already? Don't we have someone who does a lot of that? Just is that to expand
That's to expand what we currently do, correct?
that use? Okay. So then I feel like they do are doing a lot of things already. So I was just curious what that looked like. Okay.
Go ahead.
Yep, Mayor. I'm glad
I
to,
didn't see you.
no, it's okay. I'm glad to see this position move forward. We're in an uphill communications battle just with life. So this is important for us.
There's been a lot of increase in all of this, so I agree with you.
Moving on to economic development. In your books, it starts on page 57, just shy of $4 million, 11 positions, which is an increase of 3 in the economic development department. That is for an administrative assistant that they have had on a one-time basis for the last 3 years. It's bringing it into a full-time position. And then the addition of 2 economic development project managers in order to do research, marketing, recruiting, planning, and managing both new prospects as well as businesses once they are here. So it's not just get them in the door, it's keeping in contact with them once they are here. Building the capacity to continue building Goodyear. With that, and then we have the CIP is the Enhanced Bullard Landscape and Branding Project. That is a contractually obligated project for Bullard Road. It's doing the 4 corners on Van Buren and on Yuma.
Bill?
So this is going to sound like a broken record as we go through the rest of the night. How do we measure success on this? What does this look like? We keep increasing economic development staff year after year. How do we know when we have too much? How do we know when we not have enough? How do we measure this? The admin assistant, I get the 2 additional project managers. I mean, how do we measure that? How do we know?
Well, if I could interject, I know that right now we have workload concerns with the existing project managers and their ability to keep up with what's going on and the pace of what's on their plate right now. So I think from a work-life balance, I have some concerns over the workload that they currently have. I think it's still a valid question as to, how do you measure success? I mean, certainly, the growth in the community, how much of that can be attributed to economic development. I know how hard they're working to get the restaurants and the entertainment and everything that we'd like to see, and they're responding to all the GPEC, so we can have those types of numbers of, locates and contacts. Not sure if that's what you're looking for, but that's the kind of data that we have.
Well, yeah, I think with any of these positions as we go forward, we've got to start measuring that to justify to the community what we're doing, rather than just saying, well, we're growing, so we need more bodies. And I think this one is probably one of the hardest to define because a police officer, you measure their time. An inspector, we can measure how many inspections they do, or a plan reviewer, et cetera. But economic development is very.
Oh, you can track hours,
Oh,
phone
yeah,
calls.
there's no question.
visits.
But
Some projects are certainly much more complex
right.
than other projects, and so
Yeah.
that's a
Yeah, I
complicating
mean,
factor.
it's very, there's a word I'm searching for, but anyway, it's hard to put your finger on it. It's important. We all know that, and I'm not, debating that. It's just, nebulous, I guess. Yeah. But anyway, I would, as we move forward with our performance measurement system, I think this is going to be one that we should probably pay attention to. That's not just counting widgets, not just how many emails did they send or phone calls did they make, but what was the actual product.
And we do have,
I didn't see you, Laura.
when it comes to performance measures in the book itself for economic development, starting on page 60, we do have a listing of some performance measures that the department did. And as you stated, as we work on our performance management program, which is a work in progress, this is a start of that work in progress of what's included in there.
Okay.
Could you elaborate on the entertainment district branding and tell me the areas that will encompass?
The areas that will encompass is basically the entire area that's where Civic Square will be and where the Harkins and that whole thing. So it's that entire area to try to attract and
So
market
Bullard
and so on.
to Pebble Creek?
Yeah, 150.
It's the existing entertainment district that we have identified, so it's that McDowell corridor that will wrap up though and take in the former mall site and the Civic Square.
Okay. So where are the bookends? Where does it start and end at the McDowell corridor?
So I believe it is, but we can get confirmation maybe from Lori. I believe it will be Bullard to Pebble Creek.
Okay.
Is that right, Lori?
I thought it was 150th.
Oh, part of the study is to assess
Oh,
what
okay.
that area should be.
Okay. As our city's growing and we're planning for that, I mean, I see Bullard Avenue really emerging as a gateway in terms of getting off and on the freeway, much easier than Litchfield or Estrella, and getting a lot more traffic. And so I'm just curious about Bullard. And then the enhanced Bullard landscape and branding. So that's just adding our part, because
Correct.
I have to say it's turned out beautifully.
It has turned out beautifully, yeah.
Oh, one last thing, if I may. I know that we expect a lot from our economic development people, and what our residents are clamoring for are restaurants and specialty places. The argument has always been density. Well, our density is just definitely growing. So, at what point are we dense enough to
I've
to-
had that same
to get the-
conversation, yes.
to warrant some of these things? And I think our expectations are really high for ECDev to produce.
Go ahead.
Next up, we have the engineering department. The engineering department is both in the general fund and in HERF for streets. We have a total budget of $16.3 million, 58 positions, which is an increase of 6 positions. All 6 of those positions are in the general fund. 5 of them are part of the development continuum process to help manage the growth in our fee-based. The 6th one is a senior CIP project manager to help to make sure that our CIP is deliverable as we move forward. Those positions, as requested, are listed on the top on the general fund side. It will be 40 positions. We also have that balance of contract services for both employees and then contract services for peak shaving as well as ongoing workload. One of the updates we have recommended in here is the survey control benchmarks, which haven't been done for a while, and that's how they lay out our city, and the city has grown since the last time those have been done. When we look at the streets portion in HERF, it's $8.6 million. It's a total of 18 positions, no new positions requested. We have the beginnings of a bridge and drainage maintenance program continuing, prioritized list provided from ADOT on the bridges within the city. Emergency response light tower with generator for employee safety, and a streets brush tower is the HERF portion of it. Next in engineering, and we'll be able to go back and ask any questions. Next in engineering is the Arizona Lottery Fund restricted to transit, $328,000. This is to continue programming of the transit for the Park and Ride, and we got Park and Ride also with the Ride Choice ADA Paratransit, and I know we just had a work session on that. And that is an overview of engineering operations. On the CIP side, we have overseeing the Camelback Corridor, a new permitting system. This is both engineering as well as development services. We had to, in our system, pick a department, engineering one. So it is in the engineering department, but is for both development services as well as engineering. That is to replace that last piece of our old system, HTE. So we'll be able to get a new permitting system in place. North Subdivision Lights, the Estrella Bridge that we talked about earlier, lots of roadway widening that we have already talked about as well. And then continuing with our traffic signal program with 3 traffic signals budgeted specifically, as well as some design dollars to start identifying the next traffic signals that will be forthcoming. So that is an overview of our engineering department. Any questions on any one in particular?
Joe?
Are any of those new positions that were using one-time money? So they're not totally new because you're just moving some contract money over to now hiring of those 6 positions?
Yeah, the construction inspectors that are shown up here are contract dollars. So we have a reduction in contract dollars on one-time contract dollars on one side of it. And then we're also putting in some base contract dollars as well to make sure that we can continue to fill them. So there's a offset of the one-time.
But the bodies is not a total increase of X because you have some
correct.
Contract that was previously filling that. Is that accurate?
Correct. Okay. Yeah, and I don't have the comparison specifically because the contracts are funded as one time, but there was definitely less one-time funding this year.
Okay, but you don't know account whether it's actually 2 of the 6, 3 of the 6.
Correct. I do not have that, but we can definitely put that together.
Go ahead.
Excuse me, Mayor. The only reason why I ask is when you look at the total numbers, some of those total numbers are moving the contract over to bodies.
Correct.
So in reality, when you look at new bodies, technically they may not be new bodies if they were contract before.
Funded.
So you get a cleaner perspective of what that count is what I'm getting to.
Totally.
So that's why I think that's important to get a flavor for that on what that number really is. So
we can put that together.
Any other questions before I move them on? Go ahead.
Moving to the most exciting department in the city. The next 15 slides will go over the finance department in detail. Finance department has 34 positions. It is a net increase of 1, which is adding a full-time accounting supervisor for payroll and AP. Getting back to that statement that I stole from the league earlier, as you got more revenue, more population, more responsibilities, we have more responsibilities, and this getting a dedicated full-time person in these areas will do that. It also frees up somebody on our capital side. So it really hits on the capital and personnel within the city. Selectron is our phone system where we auto dial people who are late on water utility billing payments. This will add text messaging into it, something that more people are more apt to actually pay attention to.
Mm-hmm.
And then the last one is the self-serve payment kiosk, which includes everything that takes all types of payments, including cash and dispenses change. That's something that's built into the new Civic Square on the first floor so people that don't have to come up to the second floor to see somebody. This will give us an opportunity to put one of those units into play in advance, so not only customers get used to it, but staff gets used to it as well.
Molly?
I think that's a wonderful idea. Thank you for doing that. I asked for a kiosk for the county recorder's office for the library, and we were the second library in the county to get it, and it has been wonderful to save people from driving all the way downtown. And I know a lot of people come in to pay their bill, and they don't necessarily want to stand in line, and just having a kiosk, just the convenience of it is wonderful. So thank you very much. Whoever thought it up, it's great.
Brandon?
Is that one full-time accounting supervisor? Is that Lori's old spot? Or is that an extra one?
That's a new position.
Okay, got it. Okay.
And then much like engineering had the permitting system, because we had to pick a department, to take
Sure.
the American Rescue
Sure.
Plan, so we picked finance. It will move out of finance once council has their discussion on where it'll go. It'll stay in that same fund. But that is, again, nothing allocated to this until council discusses it and the feds come up with some guidance.
Okay.
Moving on to the Human Resources Department, $4.8 million total, and additional 2.5 full-time equivalents, bringing them up to 16.5 positions, 16 full-time. It converts a current administrative assistant position from part-time to full-time and adds 2 full-time positions, an HR specialist to assist with recruiting and onboarding, and a loss prevention specialist to help on the workers' comp side and can just continue to manage the claims processing and coordination on that side, as well as safety inspection audits and some miscellaneous training and development, recognition program, safety management software, and of specific note is a complete comp and class study. This will be the first full comp and class study that's been done since fiscal year 2009. We have done smaller targeted studies in the intervening years, but this will be the first one to go all the way through. Any questions on HR?
Laura?
On the class and comp study, will you then be looking at, as Phoenix would call them, benefit category? You have your executive, your middle managers. I mean, are you going to be actually classifying your management level and line staff and such?
Yeah, that is the intent. That's one of the overall, what's happened is the compression overall, and then once it comes to it, it's with the growth of the city, what we have done is try to find a slot that people fit into, and it doesn't necessarily mean what it is. So it's going to be looking at those different classifications and getting a sound system out of it.
Okay.
For example, compensation bands or different levels of benefits.
Right, 'cause
So
like one of the areas I'm still not really clear are where the lieutenants and battalion chiefs fit in the organization. And so, I mean, that might be compared to the civilians. And so, okay, thank you.
Brandon?
Sorry, I see VPP in here. Is there also another spot that VP is captured, or is it just within the software for under human resources, the voluntary protection program that I know you guys are going for? I see one thing. I assume there's a lot more because it can be a bigger undertaking. So maybe it's under the city manager's budget. I'm not sure.
I'm sorry, what was the question again? Because we're pursuing the
Under the human resources supplement requests and recommendations, you have VPP Velocity software, safety management software. It's just there's like a $35,000 cost. I was just curious, is there other places in the budget where VPP is, or is it only this?
It would only be in human resources. They're the ones overseeing that plan.
Correct. Okay, so that's the only thing you're using to budget for VPP. Okay.
Right. Using all other internal resources.
Internal resources along with that. They're just not tied to a certain product or thing, initiative, or, okay. Okay, thank you.
Moving on to information technology, 7.9 million total budget, 33 positions, which is an increase of 4. It's an increase of 5 once we add the city clerk's position. The one that was listed as city clerk should actually be in the information technology. Our IT director, Justin Fair, did not pay me to say this, but IT is the heart of the city when it comes to what we do. We cannot live without technology, and the investment in technology will get us to where we need to be. Some of the focus areas that you can see in the requests that have been submitted is security and infrastructure and redundancy, making sure that the system always works whenever we need it to. Security breaches and vulnerabilities are a huge issue in today's world, and having a security engineer on staff to concentrate on that kind of stuff is going to do nothing but help that. And you can see that overall development throughout this entire request. There are some specific supplementals listed up there. If anybody has questions on any of those, the CIP items are all part of the asset management program, including phone system hardware, offsite data replication, and just miscellaneous data equipment. Any questions on IT?
I think you can go forward.
Next up, we have legal services, $2.3 million total budget, 13 positions. That is a net increase of 2, which are 2 legal assistant positions to do body cam redaction, 911 calls, and photo calls. Currently, that is a function that is performed in the police department, and there is a severe backlog on it. In addition to the backlog, when the redactions come through, they're just full blur redactions, which is, we all see what body cams on TV and all that kind of stuff, the importance of those both to the prosecution as well as others in the court. This will get it so that the prosecutor's office gets the footage on a good timeline and in a valuable manner for themselves as well as the rest, in overall efficiency of the system.
Wally?
So the request for additional personnel, they would be housed in the courts, in the prosecutor's office?
Correct.
So it wouldn't, okay.
Correct.
It's really critical that we are able to provide the body camera footage, because that protects our city and our officers. But this, the more they use them, the more we need help.
Correct.
So thank you very much.
Bill?
Does this free up the position at the police department?
The position at the police department is, much like some others, it does this in their spare time. And it, a lot of time is their last thing. They have an extreme backlog when it comes to other public records requests that are unrelated to prosecution. So it takes some of the stuff off of that person's plate.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Mayor and City Council, you did not request any supplementals this year.
Wow. They didn't
Budget
ask
just
us.
under $500,000. And your special projects fund balance is funded at $100,000.
Yeah, thank you.
Moving on to the municipal court. The municipal court total operating budget is $1.4 million. The majority of that is in the general fund with $47,000 in the court enhancements fund, 14 full-time, 0.3 part-time. No supplementals are requested. One of the great things on the municipal court budget is in our financial policies, we have the restricted funds being used first. Court enhancement is one of the restricted funds. We had some discussions on increasing their laptop and availability to work from home, and they were able to use those restricted funds to do that in the current fiscal year.
Go ahead.
Next up, we have Parks and Recreation. All-in Parks and Rec budget, $22.3 million. 138 positions is a net increase of 13. Of that increase, 10.4 is part-time seasonal hours associated with the rec campus. It was part of the overall set-aside that we had done before, and that is not bodies, it is hours. So it's part-time lifeguards, coordinators, and so on. The three full-time positions are, okay, out of order. The three full-time positions are a park ranger and a parks foreman, and then converting a part-time recreation specialist to a full-time rec coordinator, and that really focuses in the area of arts, in public art. A lot of the new programs and so on in that area, and really expands that. Civic Square Library and park operating costs are programmed in the budget for Civic Square Library for a 3-month period, so beginning 3 months prior to July of next fiscal year, so they can start to ramp up. Park operating cost is for 7 months, so it's as soon as we take over ownership of it from Globe Corporation, which will be right after our 75th birthday. 75th anniversary celebration is in here, some other efficiency stuff with the ballpark cages, and then some programs with performing arts, teen public art mentorship, and then continuation of the traffic signal cabinet art program.
Joe?
Go back to that slide there. Yeah. On the landscaping maintenance contract and the weed control program, I see a lot of times when I'm riding through the city, one lady out there who's spraying and doing the weeds, who used to have, I guess, the contract with Perryville, not Perryville, but you know, the prison. Okay, is that coming back on staff? Because there's no way that she's covering all of that stuff by herself out there. Okay,
and that's, these last two have to be looked at together. What we have been doing is we are contracting with an outside contractor to do what Perryville used to do, and at a far greater cost than what we used to pay Perryville, of course. So while the contractor is out there doing that, the people who used to supervise the Perryville contract are out doing weed control and weed spraying, which was what the request for the weed control program was to do. What this does is continue the landscape maintenance contract for just the right-of-way, the normal right-of-way that Perryville did, up until the point Perryville comes back. We don't know when that is, so it's an entire year that is built in here. And then it starts the weed control program with getting some of the proper equipment for those 3 employees that are doing that right now with the old Perryville stuff. And that equipment's something that can be continued to be used after Perryville comes back as well.
Okay, so that's how you plan on keeping up with this ministry. Yeah, because when I see her out there, I mean, I know typically she'd have a whole crew with her, and she's trying to do that by herself. So I don't know how much she's covering out there. So now there are going to be some supplementals to help take care of this.
Correct, and we've had that supplemental funding the current fiscal year as well.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead. Oh, Sherry. Thank you, because I couldn't hear her. Sherry?
Yes, I'm still here. I've been listening, believe it or not, the whole time. I want to thank, I agree 100% with the supplemental and the positions for parks, because if we're going to build that nice rec center and everything, we need to make sure it's funded for our citizens so that they can have those amenities that, you know, their taxes are paying for. So I just want to say that's a very positive thing, and I'm glad those positions are in there to fully make that a go.
Thank you. Any other? Brandon?
I don't know if this is the right place for it or not, but I would like to look into maybe future CIP adding some more shade structure for some of the baseball fields for the people that sit in the stands, and also I was at Friendship Park, so I'm just comparing it to our park. So where you put your bat in to hold the bat. So it's maybe something I can do that for my discretionary budget. But
Are you talking about the general ball fields?
the general ball, all the general ball fields, just make sure they have some place you can put your bat and not hang it on the fence. So I was at Friendship Park and they had it, and I thought that'd be really nice to have it at our ballpark. So something very small, but a bat rack, yeah. It's
In
just
shade, you said.
some shade for the, yeah, because when I'm sitting in the stands and it gets hot.
It's pretty hot, yeah, right.
I'd like to see the field and not be in the sun, not my eyes in the sun. So it's not an emergency. It's just something would be nice to have eventually. So thank you.
Looking at the ballpark, no additional positions requested in the ballpark, again funded assuming a normal spring training. Supplementals include an infield soil amendment, which is the new industry standard in how they do infields, and then remodeling of the public restroom at the Reds complex. CIP projects for Parks and Rec. When it comes to Parks and Rec, it's a relatively boring year for CIP projects after what they just got done or almost done with the rec campus. One of the big items that jumps out on that, and the reason for that is the master plan update for our Parks and Rec. One of the things that's really going to do is inform future CIPs as well as the potential for future voter authorized general obligation bond issuances and going out to the people as having a well thought out plan for what the city needs. Any questions on Parks, CIP, or
Brandon?
supplementals?
Is this safety coordinator a new person?
A safety coordinator was a position that was requested and is not recommended.
Okay.
We have our safety program housed out of Human Resources, and we got the one new position in there as well.
Okay, so that's where the, okay. Okay, so there's a safety person through the HR
Correct.
budget. Okay, thank you.
But for the whole city.
Joe?
That's for the whole city. Yeah, they're in charge of the whole program for the city. Okay.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Joe?
Ballpark field and complex renovations, what is that involved?
That is part of the asset management program, and that I'll have to look up is the extent to what I know. So maybe I can have Nathan come up here and respond to that one.
Here he comes.
Okay, so it looks like most of actually all of the ballpark renovation projects are specific to asset replacement. And so for next year, so there's renovation of the outfields, ballpark field renovation, outfield and agility field. So those fields are close to 14 years old, and so this is a way to rejuvenate those fields and basically extend the life of them. I believe that's all that is on deck for the fiscal year 22.
And that is something that is in the asset management program for
So that.
240,000 the current year, and then it's about 500,000 a year for the next 4 years.
The
It's an
funds have been
ongoing.
building, and the funds are
Correct.
there to do what you need to get done.
It's part of the asset replacement plan. And there are team funding sources
Right.
with that as well.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next up, we have our Public Works Department. Total budget 42.2 million, 123 positions. That is an increase of 13 full-time positions. We'll look at this in several different sections. The first being from the general fund, it is $4.4 million, and that is admin, facilities, fleet, and program management. 4 new positions. 3 of them are directly or indirectly related with the Civic Square and funded for a partial year. Those 3 are the facilities supervisor and 2 facilities techs. The Civic Square itself is not driving 100% of the need for the supervisor, but it is the straw that tips it over and says, we do need a supervisor in the facilities area. We have funding for a stormwater superintendent that will help establish a new program for stormwater and develop and define exactly what that program needs to be and how it needs to run. Operating costs for the Civic Square are all funded for the last 2 months of the year. A few other items of note are the rooftop fall protection and the heavy-duty portable lift, both of which are in here for staff safety reasons as well as efficiency. And then we have a contract parts management service, which is actually contracting with, I believe it's with Napa, who will be running a parts shop right out of our fleet building.
Okay.
Moving on to the operations in the water fund. The water fund, it's 35 positions. It's a net increase of 3. Water quality technician, a conservation specialist, and a utilities electrician. As we have added facilities and facilities, buildings, and so on, the need for an electrician services on an ongoing on-site basis is necessary. There was a corresponding decrease in some of the contractual services, not to fund 100% because we will still, of course, need a contract for electrical services. We have the surface water treatment plant operating costs funded for a 6-month period. The plan is that that facility will be up and running at the end of December. So starting in January, we will be operating that plant. That is a contract service for the operations of it. In addition to that, we also have some funding in the wastewater because when we treat the surface water, it's going to cause an increase in the wastewater side. So we have that as well. And then funding on the wastewater SCADA contractual services, which is the system that ties all of our facilities and stuff together so that it can be automated, and that helps to optimize the overall system. Any water questions? And all of this is funded through rates and is sustainable.
Okay.
No questions? Go ahead.
Wastewater has a net increase of 5 to 32 positions. All of these are associated with the expansion of our water facilities, or our wastewater facilities with the utility technicians, maintenance coordinator, and instrument and control technician. We have funding, one-time funding again for the SAT site across from the ballpark to maintain that landscaping. SCADA contractual services is split between water and wastewater, and then the surface water plant expenses that we talked about earlier on the wastewater side. And we will talk more about capital with all of these in a little bit as well. Moving to solid waste, just under $7 million. 11.8 positions. That's a net increase of 1 for a solid waste supervisor. The solid waste supervisor is for compliance of the contract, and then also doing recycling inspection and container delivery supervision of those services as the system grows as we go along. And then they will also coordinate the hazardous waste event and overall general public outreach. And again, this is supported by rates and is sustainable. CIP projects, this slide contains the same material that was in your handout. I just organized it a little bit so that I could understand it a little bit better as to what the funding sources were. So we've got water, wastewater, general, and fleet broken out on here. Water, even though these are the most expensive programs that we're going to be seeing in the CIP, they're also not the most interesting programs. It is infrastructure to give you water and to take your wastewater away. The Goodyear Water Reclamation Facility, bunch of asset maintenance. Rainbow Valley is an actual plant design and expansion, so that is funded through development impact fees. And to keep up with the growth, probably the biggest one on there is the brine disposal. The brine disposal is in the CIP for $46.9 million. That is a worst case scenario type project. We're looking at other alternatives. The actual capital construction funding is a couple years out. It's the design and programming this first year as we go through and look for things. That is something that was included in the rate study, so it is fully funded within the rate study. What we currently do for brine disposal is it goes to the wastewater treatment plant. So we take it from our RO facility on the water side, goes to the wastewater facility, and is treated as part of the wastewater. However, as we're treating more water, we're getting more brine, and it's getting to the point where the overall consistency of our disposal on the wastewater side, we're going to start running into compliance issues. So because of that, we have to start looking at ways to dispose of our brine. On the general side, we've got the municipal operations complex. We talked about that earlier, solid waste parks and streets. $3 million of that $12 million project is funded through sanitation and through the sanitation rates. Any questions on
Rhiannon?
Public Works?
What's that mobile command vehicle for? Was for water?
No, I'm sorry. Mobile command vehicle, that is the asset management plan managed by Fleet. So those are the two large vehicles that are set for replacement next year. The
Okay.
mobile command vehicle is a joint police fire vehicle.
That makes more sense. I know it was
Yes.
a water command vehicle for water emergencies.
Makes a lot
water
more sense.
emergencies
For water
So-
emergencies, yes.
So I'm just making sure. And then I don't know what made it through here. I was just looking at this rooftop fall protection. Did that one go through?
That one, it is funded, correct.
Okay, that's a good one too. Okay, that's a clarifying questions. Thank you.
Sure.
Laura?
Thank you for the elaboration on the brine disposal. That's a substantial project. Curious what our ongoing expenses are every year for brine disposal.
So currently, we're not able to identify what those expenses are because they come in and they're just treated as part of the normal wastewater process. With this proposed brine facility, it is extremely expensive. And I can't put a dollar amount on extremely, but it was several millions of dollars to operate a brine disposal facility.
Okay. So with the brine, there's an actual product that you have to dispose of. And where does it go? Landfill? Where does it go? Curious.
Javier?
Yeah, he's coming through.
Yeah, it goes back in.
Essentially, the answer is yes. We end up with just a sludge that we dry, and that's where a lot of the expense goes. If we put heat to it, either be an energy or whatever method we uses costs a lot of money. So essentially, the answer is yeah. We end up with this sludge that we dispose of. Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's a big project. Thank you.
Yes, it is. So up next, we have our police department budgets and our fire department budgets. Both of those, we have presentations prepared by both of the chiefs as part of this. Desire to keep moving, or do we want to break?
I'll ask council. Council, how you doing?
Maybe a short break.
Huh? A short break? Okay, what, 5 minutes? Okay, thank you for asking. 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Can I
What's
get
that?
council back?
Oh, yes.
Up and down.
Yeah, we want to.
I'm looking for a department. Just under $34 million, 187.55 positions, which is a 19.25 per full-time equivalent increase.
Okay.
Of those, what we are adding is 2 new squads, which is composed of 10 sworn employees. An additional 4 sworn employees are 2 lieutenant positions to add some coverage and depth and supervision, and then 2 specialty assignments, the investigator assignment and then a health safety special events police sergeant. Non-sworn side, you can't have the growth of the police department without having the non-sworn side as well. We have the telecom operators, telecom supervisor, an additional victim services advocate, and a staff assistant, admin assistant. A lot of this has to do with just the overall growth of the city, the changed service areas, and providing that administrative support. Other key supplementals, and I'm going to just go through these real high level, as we do have a presentation that I put in here from the police chief, and he'll be coming up shortly to go into more in depth on everything. Body camera and taser equipment replacement at a large one-time cost to get everybody up to the latest technology. Ballistic protection equipment for our K-9, because all of our employees, even the furry ones, are important to us. So that gets all of them up to the SWAT level K-9 gear. CIP building, we talked earlier about the police building phase 2. Some upgrades, police substation renovation up in Estrella Mountain Ranch and the APHIS remote site. So with that, one other thing is the impound fund. Those are traffic generated from towing fees. We have had a reduction in this, so we've got a full-time position that was paid fully out of this fund. We've transferred 40% of it into the general fund, still using the restricted funds first, but taking everything else and moving it over to the general fund. No supplementals in this area. And with that, I will ask the chief to come up and he will walk through his presentation.
Thank you, Doug.
And if that doesn't work, I'll click for you.
I think that it's working fine. All right, I'll start off with good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. I'd like to take a few moments here and talk about our FY 2022 Police Department requests. Starting with that is our Axon body camera and taser equipment. What we're doing is combining the contracts with that together, and it is a continuation of the same program. However, we'll have the opportunity to replace our old cameras for new technology and also our tasers with new technology. With that, we'll also, if this goes through, replacing our tasers, they'll all be safety yellow instead of the current black that we have out there. So that is one of the things that we want to do also with the program. Staffing of 12 new full-time employees to make up 2 patrol squads. This includes the lieutenants, the 2 additional lieutenants in the patrol sector. What we want to do is, obviously, as you can see some of those performance measures there, increase police officer proactive time to 40%. We feel that this is important because this time is when officers can get out there and know their community, when they have time to get out there and do community policing in their areas. We'll also talk a little bit later on about some of our districts and beats that we're looking at incorporating with this. We also want to contain or maintain our current response times. So in this presentation, it's all about growth. You'll see some slides that will be coming up that talks about the growth and where we were at, I believe, in 2015 moving forward, what that growth has been and how the department has grown with that. Focus on our southern district of the city. We know that there's quite a bit of building that's going on down there, not only from the residential side, but obviously some of the new businesses and stuff that are in some of the new residential areas, which is very important. And also, there are times that we've been hearing, and I know it's hard to measure, however, there are times where if there's something happening up here, we're having that district officer move forward up in the city towards the middle of the city in case we do have an unexpected event. So as you'll see in the maps that were provided to you, there's two different ones there. There's one with 9 districts, I'm sorry, 2 districts with 9 beats. There's also what we currently have, which is the 3 districts. So if you see the blue, orange, and a little darker orange one, that's what we are existing, that's what we're working with right now existing. And the one with the multicolors is the beat system that we would like to go into. Here's a little bit of our occurred incident types from 2018, 2019, and 2020. As you can see there, these are, for the most part, mostly felonies, but there are some misdemeanors in there. And we do have some growth there in the sense of when it comes to the occurred incident types. 2020, even though the pandemic was here, as you can see, there are some of those that did go up. For example, DUIs. DUIs did go up in 2020. We know that people are home. They were probably drinking and so forth, and they're out driving in these streets. So most of those calls that you see there take at least 2 officers, if not more, for responses. Sometimes that is currently taking officers out of the district system that we currently have to go help with that. Some of those calls can take anywhere from half an hour on a simple theft report all the way up to 4 or 5 or maybe 8 to 10 hours, depending if it's a homicide or a significant robbery. Take a look at our officer proactive time also. As you can see there, 2019 with 113 FTEs, we had 28.2, and it goes all the way to the estimated 2020 at 135 FTEs with what we're asking here tonight, all the way up to 34%. Like I say, the goal is usually 40%. That's the industry standard. If you take the rule of 60 or the IMCA rule of 60, you know, once you're over the 60% mark of saturation out there, and your officers are out there without the proactive time, obviously your proactive time goes down and your community policing goes down also. This is also here. I wanted to take the slide and show you what the growth rate has been with officers per 1,000 in 2019, 2020, and currently in 2021, and as we project into 2020. As you can see off to the side there, in 2019, it was 1.33 officers per 1,000, and 22 with what we're presenting here tonight is 1.38. So it's not the sense of, like I say, we're wanting to build up the department. It's a matter of we're just trying to keep up with the growth that's out there. And our city is changing quite a bit. It's not just residents anymore. We saw what happened in FedEx last week. You know, in a warehouse district, we have those warehouse districts here too, and they also bring the same problems that multi-housing brings. There's anywhere from 600 to 1,200 people there at one time as they're switching shifts. It's no different than an apartment complex, except it's 24 hours a day. A lot of times in apartment complexes or multi-housing, people go to work during the day, so there's a little bit of relief there. However, if you have 600 people in a big warehouse, you also have probably 600 at least cars in the parking lot that are subjected to get broken into. And the same things happen there as they do in other places. We get family fights, we get thefts, we get drug issues. Those things are real, they're there. This is the proposed redistricting plan. Like I say, the one on the left there is what we currently have is 3 districts. As you can see, they're very large. That southern district sometimes has 1, maybe 2 officers for overlap, depending on what time of day it is. And as those major incidents happen more in the center and up north where there's more dense population and calls for service, sometimes we need to move that southern district officer up to where the river bottom is there just in case a call for service does come in. With the proposed plan, we will break it up into north and south districts. However, you'll have a beat system in each district. We'll be able to also get better data and better statistics from those beats as we move forward, because we'll know what's happening in those beats and what the officers are responding to. On the community policing side, those officers will be held responsible for those beats, and when they're out there patrolling, they're going to get into all the parts of the city, as opposed to a big district where they might only hit one side of the city, and depending on what happens, they might not make it to the other side. However, with a beat system, it keeps them into those areas for their shift, and then obviously we're hoping to have overlap. As Doug mentioned earlier, with increased patrol staff, we do have to add both investigations and also telecom staff. In telecom, I'll start with investigations. Our current rate right now is for property crimes is 15% closure rates. We're looking to increase that to 20%, obviously. And our violent crime closure rate right now is approximately about 45%. We're looking to add up to 55% with that or plus. So we do believe in just not only taking that initial report out in the field, but to also solve those cases and bring justice to our victims. When it comes to the telecom supervisor and operator, currently our telecom supervisors are working 12-hour shifts. With that additional supervisor, we'll be able to move them to 10-hour shifts and have some overlap. Once again, this is not only good for the department, but also for the mental health of the dispatchers, as the longer shifts, the more calls that they're having to deal with and so forth. At least this way they'll get a break in between. And the telecom operators to pick up, obviously, with the additional officers that are out there running around town. The administrative assistant on our support services side, this person will be used definitely for equipment tracking, and also we're hoping to reallocate about 15 hours of work per week that we have exempt staff doing and covering at this point in time. We do feel that our equipment tracking is very paramount because equipment's always expiring, or we need to get new equipment. We always need to be on track with it. Our community policing functions, our victim service advocate. In the past, I would say in the mid-2000s, we did have 2 victims advocates at the time. They were volunteers at the time. However, we do have 1 full-time position now, and we do believe that with the increase in calls for service, we do need another victims advocate, but it also allow us to also do some community policing out there and some education in our public when it comes to victim services and our advocate. The health and safety and special events sergeant. Currently, I have 1 sergeant right now. That's the SRO sergeant, the special events sergeant, and he also is our health and safety supervisor that's taking care of most things. He's also the coordinator over our drone program. So as you can see, multiple hats are being worn by 1 sergeant. We do feel that this will help reduce sworn risk work-related injuries that are associated. They also have associated overtime costs when we have to replace people that are injured or out on leave because of injuries. So we're hoping that with the educational component of our health and safety sergeant, that we'll be able to help monitor that and maybe do some proactive education when it comes to that. They would also be in charge of our mental health for our officers, so that is another big component for us in our police department. And then as you can see there, the materials management, administrative support, and safety equipment. We're looking at a 0.25 FTE for a radio technician to come in and take care of our radios, not only our portable radios that you see that we have, but also our vehicle radios, and then any upgrades or any changes that need to happen with those radios. And then we have 1 staff assistant, not an administrative assistant, but a lower grade staff assistant to help our professional standards division, which oversees our hiring and recruiting, which oversees our internal investigations, and also which oversees our training. This person would be able to help with the workloads. We believe about 40% of the administrative workload that they have in those divisions collectively, and taking care of those things and being part of that and making sure that we're documenting everything that we need to document. And as you can see there, ballistic protection for our canine handlers, as they all are incorporated and help out the SWAT team when it comes to their calls for service. An overall conclusion, once again, this is to maintain the growth that we have going on in the city. And overall, what we want to do is get to the 40% proactive time in the beat system, so we can have our officers out there doing more community policing, more educational contacts, and also being more visible out there, which we know is a huge deterrent when it comes to crime. And with that, I'll answer any questions if you have any questions.
Council questions? Bill?
Thanks for the presentation, Chief. I appreciate it. Can you go back to probably toward the beginning on your proactive time slide? Yeah, that's the one. You talk about one of the goals of the program is to increase proactive time to 40%. We've seen, obviously, an increase in proactive time year over year, with smaller increases in personnel. We're talking about adding 12 to the streets. It seems like we're gonna exceed that 40%, which then at what point do you start getting, not that you can have too many, but too many cops on the street?
We're hoping, good question, we're hoping to get to 40%. However, we feel that with those 2 patrol squads out there and estimating, obviously it's hard to be exact, we're thinking that we would probably be maybe 34 or 35%, which is that 2022 estimated 135 FTEs. As for the growth in adding the 2 squads, there's got to come a time in the department that we're going to have multiple squads working at one time, especially if we're going to cover beats in both districts, the north and the south, and have the appropriate officers in those beats.
Okay, so you have in the district map, you have the incident count. Are you able to correlate these calls into the beats?
We could possibly go back and try to extract that data. However, we've never had beats here. It's always been 3 districts. So it's very difficult, I guess, to go back, or it'd be very long and time consuming to try to correlate that data.
Okay, so that answers that. I've got two more. We've been told in the past that it just is not physically possible for you to hire that many officers in a year. You're talking about hiring 14.
We are very confident that we can hire these positions, and not only in sending people to the academy while we're training people and then having people come out of the academy, because we're obviously wanting to send officers to the academy to give people out in our community an ability to become a police officer. Without, in the past, it was constantly hiring laterals. And unfortunately, when you run out of field training officers, you can't add laterals, or you can't have 2 laterals going with 1 field training officer.
How many vacancies do we have right now?
Currently, we have 3.
Okay. And then finally, would the addition of civilian detention officers improve your counts and things in any way?
Yeah, we're looking at right now our PA position to make them also a transport person at the same time. But yeah, eventually we do want to grow our detention staff to be able to help out with some of that timing.
But we've not increased the patrol assistant?
Yeah, police assistant.
Police assistant. We have not increased that since that program started a number of years ago, have we?
No, we currently have one vacancy.
How many total are assigned to that? 3?
3, yes.
1 per 8-hour shift? Is that how that?
There's one for each side of the day shift throughout the week, and then one that comes in a little bit later around, I believe, 10 p.m., if I remember right, and goes into a little bit of the swing shift.
Okay, thanks.
Joe?
With these, with the 9 beats, typically, how many officers are you going to have in each one of those beats at any one time?
With overlap, we could have up to 2 officers per beat eventually, but however, for the most part, depending on what time of the day it is, it would be 1 officer per beat.
So if, for example, you have a major incident in beat 70, you have to pull your officers from all of these other beats to get down there to handle that. Then you've got an opening where there's nobody serving in that area, possibly?
Possibly, but also we would pull from the closest beat to that officer the resources we need. Currently, right now, with the 3 districts, it's not uncommon to be able to have almost daily to have people go from one district to another district. Once again, at some point in time, we got to get to the point where we have 2 squads running around during the same time or during the same shift, because most calls that you go to these days require a 2 police officer response. Mm-hmm. Domestic violence, 2 police officer response.
Yeah, I would think so.
But like I say, for most of the day in that overlap, there should be 2 per beat.
Your earlier slide, you go back there with the, let's go back a couple, I believe. Oh, right there. Homicides, 9? This,
yes.
Is that COVID and people being locked, not getting around, or I mean, you go from 1 to 9. I know number-wise it may be low, but that's quite an increase from 1 to 9.
Without getting into details, obviously, some were suicide homicides where multiple family members were killed throughout the year. Some were also labeled as a homicide. However, they're in the court system to see if it's a self-defense justifiable case. So without, like I say, getting into too much of the details, yes. And then obviously traffic, there's some criminal stuff there too that becomes a homicide. It's not just like if you're driving DUI or if you commit a crime or things like that and you end up crashing into somebody and killing somebody, that's also justified as that.
Are you noticing, or is your officers noticing anything as a result of the environment, as a result of the pandemic and people locking down, people probably a little more stressed out? Are you seeing any uptick in that on your calls or who they're dealing with as far as the public?
We did see an uptick, even though incidents were down, we did see an uptick in domestic violence calls during the pandemic. That was probably one of the biggest things that we noticed. However, just because it's the domestic violence call doesn't mean that there's an arrest made every time we go to a domestic violence call. However, it does take at minimum 2 officers for each call.
All right, well, I appreciate the feedback on there. I think our number one responsibility as a council or as a city is to ensure public safety. And I know we're growing, and I know with some of these units, you mentioned FedEx, and that's a very unfortunate incident that happened recently, but we're growing in more data centers, we're growing in more work centers and employment centers, and, I just want to make sure that we keep this under control and we still maintain the highest that we possibly can as far as a safe community is. So I appreciate the efforts of getting in through here. And as Vice Mayor mentioned, you believe you can get these people, qualified people on staff this fiscal year?
We do feel confident, yes. Councilmember Pizzillo to be able to hire that staff, even the admin staff that we're looking at there.
Okay, thank you.
Laura?
I have a series of questions as well. I am interested in what your BEAT implementation plan is. are you phasing it in, or, I mean, you have to grow staff, I'm sure, to get to the point, but what's the plan?
Yeah, it's obviously a multi-year plan to be able to phase it. Currently, we have 6 squads currently with what we're working with, the traditional day shift, swing shift, graveyards. There's 6 squads needed to service both ends of the week if they're working for 10-hour shifts with an overlap day. So if we're going to go with 2 more squads, more than likely that they will both be placed on swing shift, which is our busiest time. And however, we need to cover both sides of the week also. With that, we'll be able to open Station 182 or Fire 182, the Southern Police Substation down there, which fits us perfectly right now. And we'll be able to run those squads out of there for that Southern District.
Very good. Will you elaborate on the health and safety officer, Sergeant, just kind of what a little bit of that is in including what the mental health support for your officers will be?
So yes, what we plan on doing is obviously there's different facets of the health and safety side of when it comes to this. Either officers injured, obviously why they're out there performing their duties, the mental health aspect, the Craig Tiger Act, things like that. And we also want to have some training that we do periodically throughout the year. And it doesn't have to just only be about mental health, but it could be on best practices, on, near miss incidents, things like that, that we would work with Willie over in risk management to be able to put on. However, in the past, we've never really had one dedicated person to manage that. We always gave the extra hat to Sergeant Eric Webster, who is our SRO. And we feel that when the pandemic hit this year, we made him our health and safety officer at that point in time. And it was very beneficial, not only with the pandemic, but a lot of the questions that come in. Light duty is another portion of it that this sergeant would, oversee our light duty program and so forth.
Okay, so rather than having a civilian safety analyst, you would like to have a police professional
Yes.
managing this? Okay.
Not to say anything wrong on the civil side, but sometimes sworn can relate to sworn a little bit better when it comes to those things, or might be able to understand the situation that happened out there.
Okay. I'm really pleased to see the victim advocate on there. I know we've got the one at the Advocacy Center, works very hard. And I think, unfortunately, as it's a reflection of what we're seeing in society, and the need for that is important. And I also had the same thought as Vice Mayor about the detention officers, because that would seem like it would increase your proactive time. But in conclusion, I just want to say, public safety does reflect one of Goodyear's core values. And I think our policing is one of the things we're known for, and as well as your professionalism and your persistence in pursuing the bad guys, so that we have a reputation that not the best place to come. And so appreciate all the work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? None.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Moving on from the police department, we'll go to the fire department, and just like the police department, I'll do a quick summary, and then the chief will come on up and go through a presentation. The fire department's budget is $25 million, 146.5 positions. That's an increase of 17. 15 of those are associated with Fire Station 188, and 2 are associated with the Crisis Medical Response Unit. The other key supplementals, hazmat and paramedic training. That's to expand both expansion and replacement of employees in those areas. Compression devices, which are CPR devices, which will be standard on all units. The particular blockout turnout gear was originally funded in the current fiscal year on a 3-year plan. This actually brings it up to fund years 2 and 3, all in this coming year to get it going. Fire engine paint, that is painting the one replacement truck that we got off the stock shelf that was a red truck, and the firefighters would like to see it yellow, so we have that in there. And then some maintenance on our Academy Tower. CIP, we have Fire Station 188 fully funded for design in construction, and then Fire Station 183 renovation and ambulance section will begin as well. And with that, I will turn it over to the chief.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight I'll just go over some key components and really just a review of the SAFER grant, which we talked to you guys about in March. So just as a reminder, Staffing for Adequate Fire and Emergency Response Grants is our SAFER grant. It's a federal grant. Provides funding directly to the fire departments to help with increase and maintain the number of trained frontline firefighters, and pays essentially for operational firefighter positions for 36 months, 3 years. So we had shown you a timeline, don't know why it's not fitting on the screen, but essentially we've achieved the first milestone of submitting the application. So that is complete. And now on to May, when the first round of the awards are announced. We do understand that there are several communities, obviously, across the United States that have put in for this. So this will be a very highly competitive year. But then, you know, we kind of jump into the other pieces of the timeline there. We think that the earliest we would know and when the grant performance period would start would be in November. We are, but that is if we get funded in May. It obviously goes all the way through the end of September for funding. The earliest that we could get our personnel into the academy would be January, and then they would graduate in the spring, and then we would double staff Fire Station 184 until Fire Station 188 is complete. And just as a reminder, the current double staffing that's occurring there at 184 should be relieved end of this month or next month. And then we anticipate Fire Station 188 opening up late winter of 22 or early 23. Now, certainly, as I said, this is a competitive process. So in the event that we were unsuccessful with that, we do have the request in, obviously, in the budget this year for the first 15 personnel. We could start the recruitment in January of 2022. They would get into an academy around sometime late spring, early summer, graduate in the fall. We would double house them for a short period of time, and then still with the anticipated opening of 188 later in December or early January, February of 23. Okay, so any questions on the SAFER at all before we jump into the
Questions?
next one?
Go ahead, Chief.
Okay, so the next one is the Crisis Response Medical Unit. So we'll go through this, and then I'll be available for questions for you on this part as well. So currently, the current state, the CR van is in the system. It's a limited resource in the automatic aid system, but it responds to high stress events to assist families or find resources for patients in need, typically staffed with a social worker and an EMT. So there are currently 9 CR vans in the entire system. So you think about from Buckeye all the way out to the Superstition Mountains, there's 9 CR vans. So crews can wait from anywhere up to 45 minutes to 60 minutes for a resource. Many times the resource is not available and they will not send it. In Goodyear, we're seeing about a 4 to 6% increase in crisis response calls over the last 3 years. Our largest increase has been in behavioral health calls, which is actually 59%. And I did that just over 1 year. So from 2019 to 2020, we looked at those types of behavioral health calls that would fit into a CR van response. And we've seen about a 59% increase in those calls, those types of calls. So the comparison model that we looked at very closely was the Tucson Fire Department. So they call theirs the Tucson Collaborative Community Cares. A little bit of a tongue twister, but TC3 is the way they call their program. Very successful, has been operating since 2016, staffed with the same concept that we're looking for. So a social worker, with a firefighter paramedic in the vehicle. There are other cities across the U.S. you've probably been reading that are staffing very similar programs out of the fire departments. Seattle, Portland, Rockland County, New York, which is a suburb just outside of New York City, has a very similar concept. Denver and even London, England has a very similar program that they're staffing. So our program would be a two-person team of a firefighter paramedic and a licensed social worker. We would staff it during our busiest days and hours of the week. We would have it dispatched out of the fire dispatch, but we would develop that workflow for PD dispatchers, for the officers, and for firefighters. And they could either work out of a van, which is very similar for CR van responses, or a Tahoe type vehicle. So kind of a low profile, but a vehicle that would give them plenty of space to have a platform to work off of. So what are the types of services? Again, sorry that this isn't all fitting on the screen. Types of services that they provide. I did a comparison for you guys. So on the left is the crisis response van. So that's what's currently in the system today. And so they typically will have crisis counseling, grief and loss, so resource connection, behavioral health emergencies, and they also respond to high stress incidents. Those are like drownings, house fires, unfortunate suicides. Those are high stress events that those units will respond to. In our concept, it's a little bit of a hybrid. So I've heard it called a three-legged stool. So a lot of the same situations that we would respond to as well, but we would also do treatment referral, which is initial care and follow-up, community paramedicine, and patient navigation for the healthcare system. So just a little bit on our current pilot program that we're doing with Surprise. So far, we have enrolled 37 patients, which are high utilizers into the community paramedicine program that we're doing with Surprise. Those are people that are calling 911 either 3 or more times in a month or 12 or more times in a year. So far, since November, we've actually seen a 79% reduction in the use of the 911 system for non-emergent needs. 24 of those patients, 24 out of the 37 are actually from Goodyear. And just specifically with Goodyear, we're seeing a 77% reduction in those patients. So the crisis response, medical response unit, not the greatest name in the world, but it was a very broad approach when naming it. I've looked across the country to kind of see what other programs are being called. Goodyear Cares is an idea. Goodyear Connects is another concept, but it would be certainly open for further discussion. The vehicle can be assigned only in Goodyear. So a similar CR van setup like this is City of Phoenix or City of Glendale. They are confined essentially to their city boundaries. We could do this as well. We could geofence really any response area that we want them to cover, and they would stay within that geofence. We could assign it to Goodyear and Avondale, for example, if we wanted to provide that to our neighbors, if that's something that we had an interest in. But again, that is certainly open for conversation. Some of the metrics we would consider with this program, we certainly want to understand what their primary response area is. So what is their reliability within that response area? So how well are they doing at those responses? We want to see a reduction in the emergent police and fire units dispatched to behavioral health calls by 25%. Put the initial response units back in service when applicable within 45 minutes of dispatch. Reduce frequent users of the 911 system for non-emergent needs by 40%, which obviously we've seen those numbers already in the last couple programs that we've done with community paramedicine. Our first one, we had an 89% reduction. Now we're showing trending around the same amount, so 79, 77%. So we feel like the 40% is applicable. And then visit in person or contact by phone the community paramedicine, identify patients within 48 hours of receipt of that patient. And then just a breakdown of how the budget would play out with this concept is the one-time dollars would be really assigned to the vehicle, the equipment, the lights, the mobile command terminal or the computers within the vehicles. And then $244,800 would be for the personnel, dispatch, and their associated benefits as well. So any questions regarding the crisis
Question?
response?
Bill?
So this program has come before us a number of times already in
It has.
exactly this same configuration, with the exception of now adding the treat and refer piece, which is the part of the community paramedicine program.
It is. It's an enhancement of it. So the way the treat and refer works, it's for Medicaid patients, access patients in the state of Arizona. You can get some reimbursement for those patients. About 35% of our population falls under the Medicaid. So you could get some reimbursement for those calls. About 9 different call types that fit into the treat and refer. Surprise has been using it the most, as well as Chandler, for, I would say, the last 3 to 4 years, with some very good success in their abilities.
And the community paramedicine program, in that reducing return trips, really is a benefit to the hospitals.
Yes.
Seen them and sent them back. And the hospitals right now are not funding the community paramedicine program.
Correct. United Healthcare is funding it through the Community Connection Grant Program.
Yeah, through their grant. So when the grant runs out, the program theoretically ends.
Correct.
And, one of the things that we've talked about over the years is really trying to get to a definition of this. And last year in December, we had a conversation with the city manager about creating, and I'm going to quote, study the potential benefits of a program that combines crisis care, community paramedicine, and response to mental health calls. Recommendations made to the city council in time for consideration during the FY23 budget process. So here we are a whole year ahead. I don't know if we've really achieved what we think we want, because tonight is the very first conversation we're having on that.
Sure.
And I'm directing that at you because that's what I'm looking at. But
Yeah.
that's a general statement. And what I guess I'm confused by the budget process, which is kind of amazing since I've been doing this for so long, that I didn't think we had work session materials during the budget process. And if this is going to fall in and July 1st, the flyers can go out, we're going to hire a firefighter paramedic and a mental health professional. And July 2nd, we hire those people and this truck is working.
Yep.
I mean, theoretically, without any discussion about, is this really what we want? What is it that we're truly trying to get at? What mental health problems are we really trying to solve? I mean, there's a lot to it. And again, it'll be another one of those things that I'm not in favor of tonight. I could be later in the year. But until this thing is fully vetted and we really understand what we're getting ourselves into, the geofencing thing is new. I mean, I'm not necessarily interested in providing a resource for the entire West Valley.
Right. We've always been able to limit our response areas on specialty type vehicles like this. So it is mimicking what other cities are doing as far as trying to keep those resources. And they're very limited resources, trying to keep them within their city. Glendale is an example that kind of keeps theirs. Just most recently, they've been able to open it up a little bit more, but it is an option for us. And certainly this is an opportunity for us tonight to hear your feedback on this. And certainly if we need more information, that's something that we can certainly work on.
Well, for me, just based on this amount of information, I don't even know what questions I want to ask, where we're at. It's a very brief presentation after.
Sure. It's a long night.
4 hours and 20 minutes of conversation. So,
yep.
I want to have a discussion about, is a firefighter, paramedic, and a mental health professional really the right tool? I know Phoenix uses civilians for both of them.
Well, the social worker is correct, is a civilian, but it is still a licensed social worker that they have in one of the seats.
But they don't have a firefighter, paramedic on there.
No, they have an EMT that typically is a volunteer. So like I said, we're kind of modeling this after Tucson and after other cities across the country are modeling it. So yeah,
I don't want to debate it tonight, but what I'm saying is I want to have a further discussion
course.
on that particular subject. I want to have a discussion about what is our intent with the program. I like the measurements that we have in there because those are things that we can get our heads around.
Right.
But not even having that presentation before tonight
Mm-hmm.
to even look at, I can't even begin to think how much farther we want to go. The CR program, the way that it's designed in this valley is different than it is pretty much anywhere else in the country.
Absolutely.
And I think before we decide to jump into the CR program, maybe we need to be getting some information about what does it look like elsewhere, because we aren't going to solve the homelessness and the mental health problems with this one truck with these two people. And I think if our expectations are that we will, then we're in the wrong business.
Yeah, and I don't intend to make this seem that this is going to be a catch-all. We're going to solve the problems, but it's a start. And I think that was kind of our approach to this tonight. Is we know that there's a needed resource, and we've definitely demonstrated that through the data that we've. And again, it's been quick, but the data that we provided, that there's a growing need for this. Just as Chief Rodriguez has said earlier, we're seeing these different elements in our call types that need a resource to address them.
Right, and I don't disagree with any of that. I think we just want to have an informed decision about where we're going. And honestly, and I look to the manager then to say, I would have expected this in a work session before it came up in the budget process. Because I don't think it's fair to the council that we get on this. And we even had a long discussion during the retreat about what does our mental health system look like, and all the rest of that. Well, this folds right into that.
Sure.
And now we're getting the cart. We don't know if it's going to be pulled by a donkey, a horse, a truck, a train. We don't know, but we got the cart. So, okay. Last soapbox.
Julie would like to speak.
It's actually Sherry would like to jump in when you're
And
ready.
me, and then me, Mayor, please.
Hello. Thank you, Paul, Chief, for that presentation. This is something that has been, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, we can, Sherry.
This is something that has been before our council numerous times. This isn't just out of the blue. The first time it was with a grant that we basically, it was prior to Julie, we didn't get our act together in time to get the free vehicle through the grant funding. And we were going to use volunteers. So this is not new. I'm concerned we're going to study this to death, and we have to start little steps. We can make changes, you can alter it, you can work with it, but I think this is something that is very vital right now with COVID. We have an increase in mental health issues, suicide issues, drug issues, domestic violence issues, and even the murder rate. There was a story in the Arizona Central about murder rates, not just in Goodyear, but nationwide have gone up because of COVID. There are lots of people under stress right now, mental health stress, and that is a big, big concern. This isn't going to solve every problem, but it's a small step on a long journey. And then as we start this small step, we can look to see how it intertwines with everything else. And I say this because I'm sure the chief remembers several years ago, right about the time we tried the first time to get this through. I had one of my staff members, a young lady who lived in Goodyear. Her parents lived in Goodyear. Her dad was a Phoenix firefighter. Her sister passed away. She's tears at the office. Phoenix sent their crisis response in, and there was a paramedic on it. I met him. He was a very nice gentleman, to assist us and take her back to Goodyear. And that was hard. I'm not a social worker dealing with someone who's in crisis. I don't have those skills. If that were to happen, I would love to have something like this if a family member or a friend was in crisis. So I say we start this with the budget process. We take it slow. We continue to let it evolve and see where it goes. But we have to start somewhere. Too many people are in crisis now. And that's all I've got to say. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Sherry. Since Sherry had this conversation, some of the council want to weigh into this right now?
I do. But I want to ask a question, if I may.
Okay.
So Chief, if for the licensed clinical social worker, would that person be available to counsel our firemen after a traumatic event?
No, we would continue with our current process that we have. So we have a very strong peer support team. They're all certified. And then we also have our psychologist that's available to our department. So,
Okay. And
but I mean, certainly in a pinch, they yes, that could be used.
my next question would be, would this crisis medical response unit be in place of our community paramedicine program?
So
we
it
would
would
just
be
encompass it into this one?
right. So it would be kind of, you know, as I stated earlier, three-legged stool. So it would be, you know, the Swiss Army knife,
Yeah,
as
sure.
it were, so that they could be able to approach a patient in many different ways. And interestingly enough, the feedback that we got from the medics during the first pilot that we had done with the other 5 cities, we asked if you could redesign the program, you know, after the grant's over, if you could redesign the program, what would make the perfect team? And to a person, they all said a social worker and a medic, because they offer kind of the best of both worlds for them. And then, you know, certainly learning about Tucson's program kind of helped really cement that idea.
Okay, and would you actually recruit a fireman paramedic out of our family?
Yeah, so we would want an experienced firefighter medic that we currently have within our system that certainly knows the resources. They know how to escalate workflow. You know, a stable workforce for us. So we would absolutely, pull that from within.
Okay, and how would this work? Would they work 7 days a week, or 3 on and 4 off, or how does?
So right now the concept would be to either run them 4 to 5 days a week. So
Okay.
either 8 or 10-hour shifts. And, you know, we kind of alter that amongst the busiest hours of the day and the busiest days of the week.
Okay. Well, I agree with Sherry. This is not the first time this has come before us. We've talked about this, I don't know how many times, but we've asked about the crisis response unit because we have had severe crisis in our city and we've not had a response unit able to respond to us. We've had children drowning, we've had suicides, we've had just people being found passed away, and it's so traumatic to the family. And I just think this is so important. If we're concerned about it, why can't we put this as a pilot program for a year and revisit it next year or something? I hate for us to shelve this or study this again or put it on the back burner, because we need to start, and we do need a social worker to help with these calls, because we don't have any mental health facilities in Goodyear that can help these people. So that's just my opinion, Chief. I'm sorry.
How about the other council weighing in? Laura?
Even before I got on council, you were talking about it when I was sitting in the audience. So I know it's been a subject that has been around, and I think it's around because there's still an interest in it. Life has gotten more stressful. I think the work that our public safety encounters is definitely gotten more stressful. And when they go to a call, they have a job to do and then they have to go, but there's a human element that I think has to be considered. And I think about the value of metrics, but the value of treating the human condition. And I can also see that oftentimes a small percentage of people can take up a significant amount of time. And by spending some additional time with them, you can help them resolve and be more successful and then not take up so much of your time. Curious about the licensed clinical social worker. Have you considered even contracting with maybe some behavioral health providers?
Yes, certainly an option that we could work with. I've actually even floated the idea past CEO de Brazo, Christina O. Just, you know, would they ever have an interest in that? So, unfortunately, she's leaving this week. But, you know, I think that conversation could be brought back up again with the next person.
I think that you're onto something. I don't think you're quite where you want to be yet. I think once it gets going, it'll probably be a huge demand for that service. I like the idea of geofencing at least with maybe our immediate neighbor, because I think the demand for this will be high. And while I agree with Vice Mayor that this felt like it did come up suddenly, it did and it didn't, because we've talked about it. But in terms of specifics, I would like us to continue the conversation until we get to a point where we've got a plan.
Any other comment? Yes, Brandon?
I wanted to clarify on the social worker. I keep hearing different versions of the social worker. Is it a licensed MSW or is it a licensed clinical? There's different levels, so I was just curious what type of social worker this is. Is it a bachelor's degree?
Yeah, so talking to, my idea as we walked into this was a master's prepared social worker. But talking to Tucson, they said, those sometimes can be hard to find. So they recommended a licensed clinical social worker.
A licensed bachelor's social worker.
Yep.
Okay.
So it would be, that would be the targeted audience. Kind of the preferred would be the master's, but certainly the targeted audience would be the licensed social worker.
Okay, with the social work degree.
With the bachelor's.
Okay, I'm sorry. My wife's LMSW, so I was just curious what that looked like. I know some facilities like to use people, they call them a social worker, but never went to a social work school.
Yeah,
so
no, we
make sure it was something that was
legitimate.
Really legitimate. Yeah.
Yes.
So
yep.
So
that's my
and I mean, I can appreciate Vice Mayor's comments too. I do feel like there probably could have been a finer work session on it as opposed to the budget process. I think we have been talking about it for a long time in various forms, but I think we wanted to make sure we had the form down before we move forward with the actual process. So I think it's a need. I think it's important. And I'm okay moving forward with something, but I think I'd like to have more information before June, July, what that looks like.
Okay.
Just a more what does it look like if it, what do you think it's going to evolve to? What's the goal? What we intend on getting out of it? The data, just things like that. So, thank you.
Joe?
I just want to piggyback a little bit on what Councilmember Cano had said is that with the current environment out there, it's a lot of stress. You had COVID. Sometimes it almost seems like the world's coming apart at the seams. And it seems like a service that is, I think, worth testing and trying. I have a gut feeling that if you test it, you're going to do some tweaks on it. You're going to find that maybe you had to go in one direction or the other. But there's definitely a lot of stress going on out there. And from the geofencing standpoint, I think it's a service that's of value to our residents, especially after a traumatic experience, whether it's suicide or drowning or whatever the case may be. I think it's worth exploring. The point is I'm sure testing this thing out, you're going to find maybe some tweaks along the way, which needed, and depending on the demand for service that actually pops up on there as well.
Yep.
But I would prefer us to try to keep, like you say, with the geofencing, maybe your neighbor, and again, maybe if we cut a deal with our neighbor just to the east of us, maybe want to throw some money this way as well. So again, you say because of the environment that's going on right now, there's a lot of that stress out there. That's why I focused on the police with the homicides and whatever, and the school system and the kids, et cetera. So again, I think it's worth pursuing.
Okay. Thank you.
I like the presentation. I like the direction. I think you have enough models from around the area to use that. I think your past experiences visiting the homes like you've been doing, I don't think we need to waste a lot of time on this discussion until you work it a little bit more and actually go out and try it, because you really have a basis for this program.
We do.
Okay.
Yes.
You do. It's not like this. It's just a fly-by-night. We do know the statistics out there on depression and a mental illness. We're putting our police and fire at risk every day because of this. And we have to start doing something that might change us or help it. And so people get in these positions and they really don't know what to do and where to go and who to see. And we need to talk about helping your city. I think this is good. And I think keeping council briefed as you move this along, I think that we should not put the red flags up and say stop. not when you've already got a fairly good program planned. So that's my opinion on this. So
Thank you.
Sherry already worked in. Does she want to talk?
Yeah, I just wanted to, Mayor, what I've heard is that, this is not fully vetted. I mean, clearly, but we didn't want to miss the opportunity and wait a year because I think that we are aware of the need within the community. And I know that council at least had some initial interest back in December. So, what I'd like to do is if we're, able to continue this conversation, involve council as all these finer decision points, the naming of the program. I mean, there's a lot that has to be fleshed out still, but we do believe that the need is in the community today, which is why we didn't want to wait to bring it forward. But I absolutely appreciate the out of orderedness and the concerns that I'm hearing, and we'll bring this back along with the community funding conversation very quickly so that we can get both programs fully vetted before they move forward.
Well, just making sure when you come back, we have a general view of where the programs, what they found out lately. So it's not just a meeting to yay or nay on it, okay? That's not what we need. We need a basis to be able to support of what they're doing, so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last few items, $3.5 million in sales tax reimbursements and economic development agreement reimbursements are included in non-departmental. Contingencies, as I've mentioned, are fully funded. The 15% at $27.6 million. Other contingencies are the ongoing city manager contingency at $250 and the one-time at $350. The budget authority account of the $15 million that we've talked about before. In summary, $385.7 million budget, 20.4 in supplementals, 86.75 full-time equivalents. All the other numbers that we have talked about and seen, $113 million capital plan. Our carryovers have not yet been included in there. They will be included in the tentative. What you're going to see different then is on this chart here, blue is the budget, orange is the estimate. That estimate will go down and the blue will go up by the exact same amount because it's just technically bringing the money forward into the next year. Next steps for the budget, and this is slide number 113, the final slide. The modifications to the recommended budget will be happening. We will bring forward on May 24th the tentative budget adoption. We will definitely walk through any and all modifications to that point. We do have another workshop scheduled on Monday. We will discuss what needs to happen on that one, if anything. After the tentative budget adoption, we have the final budget adoption, truth and taxation hearing on the 7th, property tax levy on the 21st. We will start required publications. Actually, starting tomorrow, we will do the notice on our website for an increase in the tax rate. Then we'll start the official budget notifications in May, and we are going to have an open house for our residents that will actually be live this year. Last year we did a virtual. We did not do one. We did live ones in the previous year, but we will go back to a live open house.
Wonderful. Any other questions or comments? Sherry, if you're still there, any more comments? No. Thank you, Doug.
You bet. Julie, any final comments?
No, I just wanted to, clearly a very long night. I appreciate everyone's engagement and conversation. This is truly designed to be a collaborative process, and I've said it before, I'll say it again. I believe that everyone in the room tonight cares very much about the city and cares about, what's best for the future of our residents. And it's this collaborative process that I think gets us over that finish line and in the best interest of our community. So I do appreciate the time and the conversation. We have a laundry list of things to get back to you on and information to bring back forward. I'm available, Doug's available if there's questions offline before we get back together again.